to Good morning here in Bloemfontein. We are at the Mangaung Oval for this final in Division 2 4-day series. It is between the Flexbrand Knights and the Eastern Storm.
Days between two of the better teams in Div 2 run into it for the trophy for the Div 2 champs.
I see the umpires have made their way to the middle of the field, and news from the middle was that Dave Pitt, the skipper of the Flexbrand Knights, has won the toss and is elected to bowl first. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, interesting decision there. I think wicket does look a bit of grass on the wicket. The Knights have played I think 3 home games this season. They've played all three games on the same wicket. Well, so they probably know what the wicket is going to do on the first day of the morning of the 5 days.
Yeah, we're here in the City of Roses. Earlier this week, there was a bit of scattered rain. No rain projected for today. We've got some cloud cover, but no wind. It's today's weather prediction is 33 degrees to 16 degrees, so it's going to be a hot day here in Bloemfontein.
Yeah, you see Malusi Siboto with the ball in hand, probably going to be starting here from the Willows end. And he's been a anchor for them this season. I think he hasn't taken all the wickets for the team. As you've seen, like Joe van Dijk and Dane Pitt, they've been like the leading wicket takers in the Knights team. So, but I think what Malusi did this season for them is he's controlled the run rate very well. And if you look at his stats, he's only gone for two runs in over three, maybe like less than two, which is very good for the Knights. And that's why teams couldn't get ahead. And he's controlled the run rate. And for a cricket, a lot of teams speak about controlling the run rate and building pressure. And I think that's what he did well for them in the first 6 games of the competition.
And we get the go ahead. I'm about to get this match on the way. The final in Div 2.
The two batters from Eastern Storm, we have Yuri Snyman on strike, and on the non-strikers then we have the captain Ernest Skip. As Lucy runs in there, it just looks like it stopped held up in the wicket. Yuri a bit early on the ball there. Not a lot of movement there.
I had the privilege of actually flying back with the Knights boys from Johannesburg earlier this week and sitting next to Malusi Chibotu, and he was just telling me about the process, his thought process going into the final.
Yeah, I think if you followed on Yuri punched that one through the vacant cover region, and it might be the first boundary in the Div 2 40 final. Lovely stroke to get off the mark there from Yuri Snyman. And definitely we've seen a change in field immediately from that shot there as the captain removed him from slip as he jogged the middle on there. Yeah, Yuri Snyman's been really well for them this season, uh, having 400 runs in the competition. Uh, his highest this season is 107, and I think Eastern Storm will need him to bat well in this game for them.
Just thinking on the timing of that boundary stroke, what beautiful timing. We always know here in Bloemfontein, you get value for your shots. Usually a very strong, fast outfield. It's a big field here, but we just saw that one just slowing up a bit. There was a bit of rain, so we sure to see that the outfield comes faster as play progresses.
Yeah, definitely there was some showers over the last 2 days, but I think if you beat the field here, you normally get value for money. As we see, Yuri Snyman leans on that one, and good running between the wickets there from two batters as they jogged away for threes. I think in this final we see a lot of threes here. As you mentioned, this is probably the biggest field in South Africa, and but a great shot there from Yuri. Two good shots there and good intent from the batter.
This is a longer format of the game, but running between the wickets is going to be vital here at the Mangaung Oval. It's known for having a lot of two opportunities and really having to run the first run hard. So definitely not a ground where you can be sitting back or taking it casually. There's a lot of runs on offer here.
Yes, Ernst for his first ball from Malusi Sabota and lets that one pass. Yeah, and it's been a patient batter over his career. He'll look to see the shine of the ball, and I think that will be what the team needs him just as the Knights send them in to bat. He'll just has to do a job there, just see of the opening bowlers, and we've seen the likes of Sikakune, Murray, Thompson do really well for them, and so Ernest is just there to absorb the pressure and hopefully capitalize later. And see, Malusi comes to the end of his over. Not a lot of bounce there in the last ball. Kept a bit low there.
Our first over finished here at the Mangaung Oval. Just looking at that over from a bowler's perspective, we didn't see a lot on offer for Malusi Kiboto in terms of nip or swing or anything of that regard. We saw good carry during the course of the over. Clean striking, a lot of value for your shots. We did see the outfield was a bit slower than we used to here. And as you said, that last one just not coming through as anticipated. So it's going to make an interesting play.
Yeah, you see, for the first time in the final, we'll see Tian van Vuren come from the Log Logan end. Tian did really well in the previous game, picking up 9 wickets, coming back from the SA20, and he's come back with a good shoulder to lean on, and I think picking up 9 wickets in the last game was quite an achievement for him, and he looked all fire and ready to go. And see, Yuri Snyman just leans on that one, and it's another boundary from the left-hander. Lovely cover drive there from Yuri Snyman.
From the three shots we've seen this morning from Yuri Snyman, he looks like the man in form. He has timed them beautifully coming out of the middle of the bat, this time getting all that was on offer, not losing his shape and going through that cover region for boundary. And I was about to say, this matchup between Tian van Vuren and Yuri Snyman, I think, is going to be crucial. The two left-handers going at it. Yuri Snyman definitely looking like a danger man early in this innings.
Yeah, you've seen there from the first ball, not a lot of sideways movement of the wicket, just out of the hand there, and Yuri leaned on that one nicely there, just beating the vacant extra cover region as it goes down the ground. Ball stopped from the bowler. Yeah, we haven't seen the ball really do a lot in the morning, the first 2 overs here. But good cricket shots there from Yuri.
And we were talking just before this match started, if there's a bit of nip, there's a bit of something there for the wicket, you might see a couple of early wickets, and this game might be getting interesting. But what we've seen so far, it's going to be a long day of cricket.
Yeah. Just if you can't really see from monitors, I think we on the side strip here at the Mangaung Oval. So there's definitely a slope leaning from, if you can look at Gian, the wicket keepers from his more like from his left there. Ball definitely swing out to the hand more from Tian's side and then from the other side. But as we've seen this morning, Tian's been into 2 balls there. We haven't seen 3 balls. We haven't seen a lot of movement.
And that's another beautiful stroke through that cover region. And here is Snyman is taking full advantage here early on in this innings. That's his second boundary off this over.
Yeah, great back foot punch there, beating the vacant extra cover. Uh, I think the wicket's just a bit slow here this morning. I think giving a bad opportunity there just to rock back and beat that one through the extra cover. But a good cricket shot there from Yuri Simon. As he tucks that one into the vacant square legs as he jogs through for one. Yeah, a good matchup for the left-hander, swinging the ball away from both left-handers, and there's a bit of slope for him. So I think once the shine of the ball also fades, the ball will maybe swing a bit later, and that's what the Knights are looking to curb this run rate as Eastern Storms are batting at 8.7 in the first 2 overs.
It's been a strong start here for the Eastern Storm. Here is Snyman doing all the damage. The skip. See this one come through nicely. Skip, as I was about to say, has just been on the other side having a look at it. But that does conclude the second over here, and that's 16 for the loss of none. Now, I like this.
Oh,
I like this, Aubrey. I was about to ask, we saw there was not a lot on offer for the seamers up front, and try as they might, there was nothing for them there. So the skipper Dane Pitt has decided to make a bowling change. He's brought himself into the attack here in the third over. I can assure you this was not part of the plan.
no, I didn't see this definitely coming. Something interesting, yeah, I think. Uh, Probably hoping it to slide and spin on. It's a good tactic, I think, from the Knights. As we've seen Yuri just lean on the previous over there from Malusi Siboto. So I think this is more matchups. I think they've seen over the 6 games that Eastern's played this season, Yuri's probably been out a couple of times to the left hander, to the off spinner. So that's why the matchup was brought on this early.
It's good captaincy, and it just shows the experience that Dane Pitt, former Protea player, he's played at the highest level that it brings to this game. And so I'm very curious to see what happens. And why not bring on the off spinner for the two left-handers in the panel? They look in good shape. Just change up a bit the pace.
Yeah, this is proactive and then reactive captaincy here from the skipper. He thinks in advance and thinks about how he can get wickets, and this is definitely looking to strike early with a new ball here. The fascinating thing, I think, for the Knights, they've played 4 weekends on the bounce there, so it's going to be tough for the bowlers, I think. They've played, uh, I think they played the first game against Eastern, Nyati in away. And then the bowlers took a lot of overs out of the bowlers for that win. And then they went up to White River. They played against Mpumalanga there. The guys bowled a lot of overs there, and now they find themselves in the final again. So a lot of cricket has been played from the Knights in the last 3 weeks, and the bowlers have bowled a lot of overs. But definitely interesting tactic here from the skipper there. As Dane Pitt goes to Yuri, just there's a bit of spin off the wicket, not a lot, but there is something to invite the bowler to.
Yeah, I think it's very good captaincy. We've said it a couple of times now, but you could realize from the first 2 overs there's just no threat at the moment from the seamers. And you don't want to be making this change only in the 10th or the 15th over. The guys are comfortable in the middle, the runs have leaked. So it's good to be proactive. He's brought himself on. We're still to see if it's going to pay off or not, but you like the thought process of it. As you see, Long off being brought back into the circle.
Yeah, we saw the first one from Dane spin really, and the second one just slide on there to Yuri Snyman and got it inside off to the vacant mid wicket and then jogged through for the one there. I think the pace will be key that Dane sums up the wicket quickly and finds that pace that gets enough spin and bounce for him.
This is very interesting. I like he's gone very aggressive here. He has no man on outside the ring. He's got a slip, he's got a silly in place. Very attacking field.
Yeah, but like I mentioned, I don't think Ernest is going to be that type of cricketer that's going to look to put Dane under pressure. I think he's just going to be there and absorb all the pressure. And we've seen Yuri put the bad balls away. And so at 5 days, and so I don't think there's any rush from you'll see from Ernest as he goes over extra cover.
And it's a boundary of the extra cover region, as Aubrey would you say it was a commentator's curse? I'm not too sure, but
100% there, John. I think that's more out of character from Ernest. I've played with him for 2 or 3 years at Northern Cape, and nice to see that his game's evolved as well. And he looked putting not just allowing Dane to bowl at him and looking to counter punch.
well, I must say, this first couple of overs we've had in this match has been really fascinating. The cat and mouse that we've seen. Dane Pete, we were commending him making the change, being reactive. But we also saw now that the Eastern Storm are not going to sit back, and they've taken the attack to him, the end of his overs. So we've got a good tussle here at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen 3 overs gone, and Eastern Storm's found himself at 21 for the no loss as Tian comes in to Yuri from the log low in. The wicket's definitely been a lot slower than I think what the Knight expected it to play, and there hasn't been uh, that much play and misses. We've seen one in the previous over there from Tia that Ernest defended at, but we haven't seen a lot of swing yet.
Now, I wouldn't say it's cause for concern, but obviously having elected to bowl first, they did expect something in the wicket up front and, to be a bit menacing, but it has.
Yeah, as Tian is down to the predominantly left-handers are really strong on the legs. As we've seen, Yuri flicks that one off his legs as he has his 5th boundary and is only into 3.2 overs, and Yuri moved on there to 21. He's definitely counter-punching the Knights here, John. I think he's looked a very positive here, and it's paid off for him thus far. And for the Eastern Storm's sake, they need him to bat long and capitalize on the start that he has.
This one's worked down to fine leg. Aubrey, this has been very interesting because playing at home, you do feel unbeaten this season so far. The Flexbrand Knights did edge it. They do feel like the favourites playing at home. We knew it's going to be an incredible matchup. But what we've seen this first 4 overs, obviously the Flexbrand Knights had their plans. They've elected to bowl first. And out of the gate, it's not worked. It's not worked. The wicket has really not offered anything for the seamers at all. And we've seen some excellent batting here from Yuri Snyman, who's put the pressure on them. A lot of cricket still to play, but you do feel at the moment the momentum has shifted, and it's strongly with the Eastern Storm at this moment.
Yeah, definitely still early in the 5-day final that we've seen as Ernest lets that one pass. We're definitely early still in the competition here. I mean, not competition, the final. So, but just if you see Nuri's boundaries, it's been like offside, leg side. So it's just been that the bowlers maybe have bowled a bit too straight and too lengths, and it's difficult for a captain to set the field if you're bowling offside and leg side fields.
Did see a bit more carry from that last delivery here from Tian van Vuren. Some good bounce.
As Ernest punches that one past backward point, diving there from young Murray couldn't get any hand to it, and Ernest moves on to his second boundary as well. Just that 2 lengths that we spoke about there. The previous one was a bit fuller. Ernest led that one pass, that one a bit shorter, and he cuts that one pass backward point for 4.
So this is where I'm getting at, is we're playing a longer format game. Where they know they've got, realistically, they can bat for 2 days if they wanted to. There's not necessary to take risks or anything. You've got a high risk, a cut shot is always tentatively early innings more of a high risk shot.
Yeah.
And he's gone for it. He's just cleared the man at backward point and he's got his boundary. They've already got the runs on the board. It just tells you the frame of mind there. They are aggressive and they are scoring runs freely at the moment.
Yeah, if you look at both the batters there, the one's on 22, one's on 8, but the ball counts 15, 9. Strike rates are high. You'd think this is a 2020 game we're playing, and it's a 5-day final, so it's definitely Eastern still not looking to just absorb all the pressure from the Knights, because the Knights have, once they've had teams under pressure this season, they've killed the game, and that's why they've ended top, because when they had teams under pressure, they put them to the cleaners. And a very early still early in the game, but definitely counter-punching from Easterns, finding themselves at 30 after 4 overs. Not great fielding there from Seth Fledermouth, as that one goes through his legs and Yuri jogs through for another one.
It's been a bit reminding me of baseball at the moment, looking to score. As we see a bit of purchase there from Dane Pitt. That's some promising signs.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be spin, but if you see the line was just maybe like outside the off stump line, and now Ernest let it go. As you've seen there, that's a line that I think Dane would be more threatening, is the ones that pitching middle, then spinning, as we've seen that one really kick for the wicket there. Yeah, very skilled bowler, as we've seen there, just using the angles of the wicket there, coming a bit wider there, and that one sliding on there, but well kept out from Ernest. Oh, as Dane goes short, Ernest rocks back, cuts it past backward point, chases on there from young Boasty as he prevents a boundary, but good running there from the batters. 3 runs there for Ernest.
It's a brilliant shot again, just quickly picked up the length, knew it was a bit shorter, rocked back, excellently placed it behind backward point there, between backward point and cover. They get 3 runs for it, as again we said, hard running. They are playing a really strong game here early on.
Yeah, I think that's the 2 balls that the left-handers kept out that really spun there from Dane. That's where I think he must look to reach more. There was just in that over, I think, 2 lengths again, and that's allowed Ernest to cut that one past the backward point cover region there. But very well played here from the Eastern Storm in the first 5 overs, as they moved on now to 34 for the loss of no wickets here and partnership building.
What I like about it is, people sometimes become a bit complacent when the game is a longer one and there's time to recover and things. But the Eastern Storm have come out here and they've taken initiative with every delivery, and they've used it to their full advantage. They've been running hard between the wickets, and I find it very curious, that they've really they've jumped the gun, as you would say. As we do see a bowling change now.
We see a bowling change. Malusi Siboto changes ends as he comes on now from the log Logan in, and he runs up to Ernest, and Ernest lets that one pass. I think with the amount of overs the Knights has bowled in the last 3 weeks, we'll see, I think, shorter spells, but I think the guys have bowled a lot of overs, but they need someone just to get that run rate into a controlling space now. We're in 4-day cricket, but I know this is a 5-day final, is maybe try getting that rate to like 3.5 and slow the game down a bit to the pace that they want to be playing at. As Malusi comes really straight there to Ernest, he tucks that one to to the vacant square leg, and they run through for 1.
Again, we see the skipper Dame Pete being very proactive, bringing Lucy Saboto back from the Loch Logan end, changing Theon van Veeren, and it just shows he's not trying to make the batsman settle. He's trying everything he can to make it as difficult as possible for the batsman there in the middle, because the wicket has not been in their favour so far this morning. It's not had much to offer for the seamies.
Yeah, I think the good thing that Eastern Storm did this morning, the batters put the bad ball away, and that's why we can see the run rate they have in the first 5 overs. Anything that was outside off, over pitched or a bit short, they put those balls away, and that's why Ernest has 2 boundaries, Yuri has 5 boundaries. The boundary count's quite high early in the morning.
But that's my very thoughts, because the discussion we're having is as if it's a 50 over. It's a one-day game. And these guys have just really gone for it, and they've not said, we're going to take our time, we're going to settle. They've really just come out of the gates. It's been brilliant batting to watch.
As we've seen a field change there, the backward points just wandered down to the boundary as Yuri just leans on that one to the backward point region, and they jog through for 1. Yeah, I think the most important thing for the Knights is just trying to get that run rate down now, because it's just been free flow from Easterns, and that's why they find themselves at 36, and a lot of bowling changes that has happened already. So they need someone to step up for the Knights in the final and just control the rate and bowl pressure. I think find a way to bowl pressure, put the Easterns guys a bit more under pressure with dot balls. There hasn't been a lot of dot balls. They just need some way that someone can rock up and build pressure for them.
It's definitely the case. I actually really like this bowling change with Melissa Saboto coming from the Loch Logan end. He's taking it beautifully away from the left-hander, just coming across them.
Yeah, and I think that's what Malusi's going to do now. He's just going to run up, hit a good length, and just take it across the left-handers and build some pressure.
So at the end of the 6 over here, Eastern Storm are 36 for the loss of none.
Dane Pete goes there to Yuri, and Yuri punched that one to cover. Great fielding there from Seth at short extra cover. Yeah, I think, John, they honestly, I need them. The Knights just need to build a bit more pressure. We've seen now the Malusi's given that one in the previous over, and Dane started well there, 2 dot balls. So the goal, I think, the Knights is just to curb Eastern Storm from scoring so freely.
I do like the current bowling attack. Dane Peters finding his line here, finding his length. Lucy Saboto good there at the end of his last over.
Yeah, like I mentioned in the previous over of Dane Peters, just to bowl that off stump line. We've seen there was a bit spin for him there, and he started well now here in his 3rd over. Just off stump line and getting it to straighten a bit. And Yuri's just blocked on that one. He hasn't looked to counter punch him again. I think he's got to respect the ball also and wait for the bad ball to put away.
It's been very mature batting here from the Eastern Storm. Very impressive. Yuri Snyman and the skipper Ernest Kemp. They have scored their runs, but they're not looking to score the whole time. They're playing the ball on merit. And as we saw that over, very comfortable to see out a couple of dots. That's the one thing that, from a Flexbrand Knights perspective, I'd be a bit worried about, is they have not looked uncomfortable for any delivery so far this innings. And we just see again a couple of these beautiful strikes from the Eastern Storm. So they haven't looked unsettled for a moment. They've been timing it. They've been manipulating the ball into the areas they want to go. From a bowling perspective, you don't want that. You want to unsettle them. And as we see, Malusi Saboto continuing from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, he's just going to run up and hit that hard back of a length there with the deep point out there. Two slats that Malusi's looking for. Just a bit more movement. Angle from Malusi Saboto. He's back over the wicket here to Ernest.
this next over for the battle. Dane Pitt's been bowling well.
Yeah, definitely. If you just see on the field, probably our monitors can't catch it, but a lot of conversations between Malusi Siboto and Dane Pitt, as we've seen. Deep point drops out again here to Yuri. I just feel the Knights built enough pressure here to have that guy back and asking Yuri to hit them down the ground and not screw up the wicket.
Aubrey, was there a bit of movement on that delivery there?
I just think it's going on more with the angle. If you can see the wickets, there is a bit more. There is a slope here, and I'm sure that's just gone on with the angle, and that's what they're looking from the left-hander, just to get one to go with the angle inside there, looking for LBWs here to the lefty.
That's definitely more what the Flexbrand Knights would want from Tian van Vuren. Left arm seamer, as we just spoke about, that angle just moving away. Looking at deep point here, from school they teach you don't have a man in no man's land, not on the boundary, not in the ring. But as we said, Mangaung Oval is such a big ground, and scoring twos are quite easy on this ground. We just see that man hanging in the deep.
Yeah, he's out there just to put some doubt in the left-hander's mind there with the driving square there, that can nick off to those guys in the back there with the two slips and the gully that the Knights have in here for Tian. We've seen the first ball just go maybe out of the hands, back at the left-hander, and the last two has left the left-hander, which is good control here from Tian in his second spell.
It's also been a bit fuller this over. It's not been any short as we saw from Logan and so far. There is that drive, and deep point will cut it off, or just be a single.
Yeah, but you see all those drives in there. Once again, you can see there that's probably not the line Tian wants to be bowling at. It's probably like 6 stumps, allowing Yuri just to free his hands. It's more like a free shot there, because the ball's actually not swinging enough for him to be bowling that line. I think that the testing the batter's technique is when the ball's on off stump, leaving the left-handers.
So we do see a fielding change. Deep point brought in the circle for skipper Skem, who's been a bit more conservative, a bit more controlled in his innings thus far. 14 from 26, not a bad strike rate from him either.
Yeah, I just think the Knights didn't start really well, and that's why Eastern Storm got away to a flyer there. And it was the inconsistent length that they hit the first 4 or 5 overs, and that's why Eastern Storm were batting at 8-9 runs and over. And as you've seen, as soon as the ball leaves the stumps here, or better with, it's easy scoring shots for Eastern Storm. As an escape, let that one pass, we come to the end of the 11th over. Eastern Storm 43 for no loss.
Tian van Vuren has done well coming back in his third over. He's been costly in the first 2, going for 18 runs. Only conceded the 1 run in his third. As we see another bowling change, it does look as Dane Pitt, the skipper, is bringing himself back into attack, this time from the Logan end.
Yeah, we spoke about this, that the Knights will probably chop and change their bowlers just because of the workload that the bowlers probably had over the last 3 weeks, and we've seen Dane back into the attack here, changing ends.
No, it's been so nice to see. It's not the general game way of play where okay, you're gonna bowl your 6 overs and then we're gonna change you up and we're gonna take it from there. It's been really proactive here from the skipper from the Flexbrand Knights, changing the angles, changing the ends.
Yeah, yes, like we mentioned, I think we mentioned that about start of play about how Dane is a proactive captain, and you can see in the bowling changes that guys are on for 1 over and there's a change 2 overs. So as soon as his gut's feeling there's nothing really happening, he's not let the game get too far ahead of him. He's tried to interrupt and the flow of Eastern Storm, and that's what he's known around the circuit about being a proactive captain. And you can see when he was at Western Province, they won trophies under his leadership. And he's come to the Knights, Flexbrand Knights, with the leadership wanting to win trophies. They won the 2020 and they in the final of the 4-day competition as well.
And that's a fantastic 5th over here from the skipper Dane Pitt. It's a maiden. Eastern Storm 43 for the loss of none here at the end of the 12th.
Yeah, as we see, Tian van Vieren walk up to his run-up. I think the Knights will definitely need their big names to step up here, as that hasn't been easy for them in the first 45 minutes of play here for them. They haven't just rocked up and bossed Easterns. Easterns have counterpunched and absorbed the pressure that was there, and they look to be in here for a fight and not just rock up and accept defeat. They're in for it. As Ernest let that one pass his leg stump. We've been now into 12 overs and we haven't, I know Dane has bowled 5 of those 12 overs. We haven't seen any boundaries thus far down the ground. Just shows that the length that the Knights have hit has either been too short or too, as Ernest tucks that one past square leg for another one. And that's a strong point for the left-hander. Just if you come too straight, he'll tuck you into the vacant square leg, and that is just allowing the Eastern guys to bat at a bit more comfortness, and I think they're going to have to bowl at the same batter for longer periods. But the one thing that the Knights has done better in the next 6 overs after the start of play is they've worked hard on that run rate. That run rate has dropped to 3.6 now.
Yeah, they've done well, and as we're praying for a commentary change here, I'm going to be stepping out and Mr. Spoot is going to be stepping in. I would love to, there's the 2 slips and a gully in place. I would love to bring them a bit more into the game at this moment, but it has been such good batting. You can't fault the batsmen at this point. They've really played with a good temperament. Their shot selection has been superb.
Yeah,
Excellent leave on this occasion.
definitely. As soon as the Flexbrand bowlers has overpitched, and that's when Eastern Storm has looked to punish, and that's why the boundaries hasn't come in the next 6 overs. We've seen boundaries in the first 6, and after that the Knights has find a bit more groove and curb Easterns from scoring those free throw boundaries that they had early in the innings. As Ernest let that one pass once again. Definitely a tactical move here that Tian's come from this end. I think captain's probably looking for him just to be more at the stumps and test the left-handers technique. I think when he's away from the stumps, it's a free leave for the left-handers at the moment. As Tian comes in for his final ball, Ernest lets that one pass as we come to the end of the 13th over. Eastern Storm moves on to 45 for the loss of 0 wickets. As we have a change in commentary, my fellow mate John leaves us, and we have the greatest commentator at the moment now joining us.
Morning, Aubrey.
Good morning, Sput. Welcome. Interesting tactics being used here this morning.
Yeah, it's not been a great first 45 minutes for the Knights, in all honesty. A bit surprised in their decision to bowl firstly. It's a 5-day final. Don't want to bat last. Well, that's my thoughts, at least.
Yeah, especially with the guy with the most wickets in the competition in the Eastern Storm team, picking up 40 wickets. And if it's definitely going to spin on the last day, he's definitely one to look out in if the game moves all the way to day 5.
Yeah, it's just a bit perplexed, to be honest, about the tactics of the Knights. It wasn't the greatest of starts by Siboto and Van Vieren, and you saw the captain bringing himself on in the 3rd over.
Yeah, definitely a match-up there to the left-handers, and I think he's just looked to score get the run rate down, because they were scoring at 7s and 8s in the first 5-6 overs, and since the brain trust of the Knights, Flexbrand Knights, I think has come together, and they've looked to curb Eastern Storms from scoring.
Shot. You waited for that one. He's been very, very patient, as we know him, Ernest Kemp. He's the backbone of this batting order for the Eastern Storm. Width on offer, and he cashes in.
Yeah, I think all the boundaries that we've seen here this morning has been off the stumps, and it allowed Ernest to move on to his 3rd boundary for the morning, and as well as the 50 runs for the Eastern Storm.
Dane Pitt, man who's picked up 37 wickets in 12 test matches for South Africa. Very experienced, played all over the world, all formats. What a luxury for the Knights to have him in this final.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that Dane Pitt drops that one short. Good feet movement there from Ernest as he chips that one over the vacant mid-wicket. Good running between the two of them.
And they've been good, Aubrey, Snyman and Kem, at the start. They've taken toll of the bad deliveries, which, unfortunately, if you're a Knights fan, there's been plenty of. But no risks.
Yeah, I think in 4-day cricket, you want to be bowling to the same batter, setting him up for longer. And the good thing that the 2 batters out there have not allowed the bowlers to continue bowling to them. And we've just seen them milking the off-spinners, putting the bad balls away, and it's frustrating, I think, for the Knights at the moment there, because especially if you win the toss and you put the team in, you want to strike early, and that's not come to them this easy this morning.
54 without loss it is. Snyman on 32, Kem on 22. Those runs have come too quickly for the Knights. Tian van Vieren 4 overs, Nan for 21. He's looked better from this end. A couple of end switches already. Van Vieren started from the Loch Logan end.
I know we're speaking about Dane being a proactive captain. I just think he needs to allow his bowlers to bowl into the 3rd, 4th overs and allow them to find that groove that maybe in their 5th over, when the energies are up, that they can test the batter more.
It's good. That's good from Van Vieren, and he's another man that'll enjoy the 2 left-handers because he'll get it to shape away when everything clicks. But it's also very dangerous because he'll have that natural variation, Aubrey, where sometimes the wrist just isn't in the perfect position, and he'll get one to dart back at you as a left-hander. So it's a good matchup both for Van Vuuren and Dane Pitt. Now it's a question of sticking or putting 5, 6, 7, 8 deliveries together for both these bowlers.
Yeah, the most important thing I think for Tian is not to give Yuri anything that he can score freely. And as we mentioned, that he overpitched, and Yuri, lovely straight drive there. He's definitely anything overpitched or missed his length, he's put away.
He's always been a bit of an attacking player. As one night's captain greets a previous night's captain here in the combox, Aubrey Swanepoel, and obviously still connected or tied to the Mpumalanga Rhinos in this Division 2 of the CSA 4-day series. It is a 5-day final, of course. 15 points in the bag already for the Knights, finishing top of the log.
Yeah, I think they're finding themselves on 30 points after 2 competitions now, which is probably what they wanted going down last year from Div 1 to Div 2, and finding themselves on 30 points. Yeah, but just looking at some stats here, Yuri scored 100 this season, and it's come against the Knights, so he's definitely licked his lips playing against the Knights this season, finding him scoring 107 in his last time they met.
Yeah, he made a 50 last week as well, so he's in good form. Ernest Kemp, he's a real journeyman of South African cricket. He's been good wherever he's played. Played a few seasons for the Northern Cape Heat as well. 35 years old now, Ernest Kemp. Averages 40 in first class cricket.
Yeah, and the surprising thing about Ernest the last 2 years is his bowling has really improved, and it's been, I think, for Jeff Toyana and his team a big plus that allowing him to back up the order, and you can find someone that can bowl really well, and he's the leading wicket taker in the competition, and he's played here for he's played here at our neighbours at the Northern Cape Heat for long, good leader, and in 4-day competitions, if you want to compete at this level, you need good leaders, and I think Ernest Kemp has been a good leader wherever he's played in his 15, 16 years of first class cricket.
What I love watching Ernest Kemp, and when you talk to him, he keeps things very simple. He leaves the ball really well. He always has. And he's so well suited to the longer format because he's got that patience, and he's one of those guys that it sounds like cliche, but he really loves batting. He can, if you don't, you have to get him out, Aubrey. He's not going to give it away.
Yeah, I think we've seen when Ernest scores big hundreds, his hundreds doesn't come of 100 balls. His hundreds is normally of 250 to even 300 balls. So he's in there for the fight. And I think if moving from 4 days to 5 days now, if Eastern Storm can have him there batting 3 sessions, will put them in a very good position.
Options for the Knights: Ross Boast, Sitembile Langa.
Yeah,
Might see Pat Botha turn the arm over with some off-spin. Seth Vleedemouse bowls a decent off-spin, underrated cricketer.
Yeah, definitely. I think captain is thinking about his 4th change bowler here. We've seen him use 3 bowlers here. So I think, as you mentioned, Ross Bose and Sitembile Langa. Langa's bowled well for them at the coast this season, picking up 5 against the Nyatis. So I think that the main thing is they're missing Joe van Dijk for them today, and he's their leading wicket taker in this competition this season. So it's probably frustrating that they can't have him on the park. He did pull up with a back injury about a week ago, so I think they did try and push him to have him fit for this game.
And he's the one man that offers you something different, because he offers you real pace. For those that don't get to watch Div 2 cricket that often, believe you me, Joe van Dijk on fire is one of the quickest around in the country. Can really get it through. And sometimes, Aubrey, in situations like this, when you haven't taken a wicket in the first over or in the first hour, it's where you'll see, if you've got some real pace, you'll see a bit of a tactical change from a captain, perhaps drop a fine leg, a deep backward square, come in and really sort of bodyline tactics to the two left-handers, but they don't have that luxury. They've got plenty of medium paces in Saboto, Langa, Tian van Vuren, maybe a bit more than just medium pace. But in Saboto and Langa, not the quickest men around.
Yeah, as you mentioned about Langa, we've seen a change here from the Log Logan in. First time we'll have a look at Langa this morning. Definitely going to be going just across the left-handers here. Probably inviting that drive there.
And we've seen the Knights persist with the 3 slips. I like that. You're searching for wickets. This is the period in 5 days, the session up to lunch. You've decided to bowl first, so you want to get into lunch having taken 2 or 3 wickets. Otherwise, that first session is a green tick to the Eastern Storm.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we were just mentioning about having Joe van Dijk. In the last game he played, he's picked up 6 for them, and they're actually going to, I think, the longer this games go on, they're going to miss him a lot more. I think they have the experience of Dane Pete, Malusi Saboto, that's played over 100 first-class games, but I just think there's no substitute for pace in this game, and that's what Joe van Dijk brings for the Flexbrand Knights. And just watching them do their trade this season is when things got tough for them this season, their go-to guy was Joe van Dijk, and he made stuff happen. And it's going to be interesting to see who's that guy that's going to step up for them this 5-day final.
Yeah, it's a game of patience. This you want to string 5, 6, 7 overs together, especially now to Yuri Snyman, who's got off to in a 5-day format a bit of a flyer. So to him now, you've got to dry him up. You've got to make sure that at 37 or 54 becomes 40 or 80 or 40 or 75. All of a sudden, he might make a mistake.
Yeah. As Langa goes wide, Yuri flashing blade. Good movement there from young Murray to only give him 1. It's difficult to cut off those 2s on this field, I feel. It's probably the biggest field in South Africa, and good feed there from the young boy at the deep point.
Yeah, men of your age start feeling this big field in the outfield, Aubrey. Youngsters like Maria, 19 years old, put him there in the big pockets, make him run hard.
Yeah, it was good to see him getting his first class 100 this season. He's worked really hard, I think, the last 2 years in this region, and I think he puts a lot of time into cricket. He works hard on his batting, so it's good to see the rewards paying off for the local guys.
I'll tell you what, he comes from, I know a lot of people say a guy comes from a cricketing family. I've not met a family more into cricket than the Marias. Dad Gerard, previous batting coach of the Knights, the Titans. He was the head coach at the Eastern Storm. Older brother Geya plays for Tuks. He's played a couple of times for the Titans. And the youngest, Jean, playing for the Great College first side currently. Right at their house, Aubrey, I'll tell you what, there's not a lot being spoken about other than cricket. It's the first drinks break here at the Mangaung Oval. The Eastern Storm 60 without loss after 16 overs, and the Flexbrand Knights have decided to bowl first, slightly to our surprise, it must be said, and they'll be searching for wickets in that second hour. 60 without loss. So after 16, we had our first drinks break of the CSA Div 2 5-day final in the 4-day competition. I love it. I love the 5 days. You know, it sort of, it forces a result.
Yeah, it's going to test them mentally. I think a lot of the guys have on the field here hasn't played in 5-day finals or even a 5-day cricket game. I think Dane Pitt's the only one in the both teams that's played test cricket and played 5-day and know how 5-day tests work and when is moving day and all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see the tactics over the next couple of days of how team are going to approach the 5-day stuff. As Tian comes into the legs of Yuri and he clips that one off his legs.
Also, you know, the tactical difference, 5 days versus 4. Yes, they're 61 without loss. Yes, it's been a nice start. But no real punches has been thrown in this match because 61 for 1 can easily become 80 for 3. And, you know, there's so much more time to affect the result. So for the Knights, it's about keeping their nerve, keeping their patience, building the pressure.
Yeah, I think the bowlers, the important thing that they might have just having a chat there at the drinks break is now testing the lefties' defenses, and that's why you can see, I think, with the first 2 balls after drinks, Ernest and Yuri has found him having juicy leg stump half volleys, and they just ticked it dead to the vacant square leg. So I definitely think that the tactic has been to bowl a lot straighter after drinks now.
Ruben Maria there in picture. 19-year-old, 100 on first class debut, as we said earlier, against the Limpopo Impalas.
As Tian goes short, well played there from Yuri. Just guides that one past the vacant gully region. Good chase there from Seth. As good running between the batters there, 3 runs.
Over as a man who's captained a lot of sides you've played in, for me, and I'm speaking out of a coach's perspective, the concern is always, I've seen 3 balls after drinks, 2's been leg stump half volleys, and 1's been short and outside the off stump. Surely, as you said, you could see in those first 2 delivery, the discussion was, let's test the defences, let's attack the stumps. And as a captain, you sort of then stand with your hand in the air and say, okay, so where are we going here? Am I protecting the straight ball? Am I protecting width? Or what am I protecting?
I think the important thing for the Flexbrand Knights now is going to have to show character. I think the brave word is going to be character there, because it's easy to take the ball from a guy when the wicket's swinging and spinning and it's your day and stuff is. So now it's really tough for the Knights at the moment. So someone is going to have to step up and show big character for them and show them why they're playing at this level.
But it's something they've done well this season, because at a stage, against the Rhinos last week, things were tough. They didn't have it all their own way. Eventually won by 9 wickets, but at a stage it was very evenly poised in that match.
Yeah, I think there was definitely where we seen the likes of Tian and Boasty step up, and that's when they had a plan and they got the ball to move, and that's when they tested the Rhinos techniques and the guys' defenses, they got the RBWs, got the ball to go through the gate, and it's a bit difficult here because it's left-handers here, so the bowling, there is a bit more movement now for Tian, but I think we've just been off the stumps or they've been too straight. But we've seen that Dane is the proactive captain, and so I'm sure as soon as stuff is not going to go according to what they wanted, they're going to have probably guys under the lid, going to have a bumper mentality there and use the big boundary to their advantage.
And that's something that Ross Boast can do successfully if he's asked to do that. He bowls that heavy ball. It's not 145 Ks by any stretch of the imagination, but I almost liken him to a bowler like Jacques Ellis in the sense of just hits the splice of the bat a lot, gets a bit of bounce. He's a tall fella, had a great schoolboy career for Hilton College, got injured late on in his school career, but he's been very good for Marties as well since he's joined them under the tutelage of Ryan Bailey. And he took a fifer in his T20 debut, did Ross Boast. So I think he's going to have a say in this final.
Yeah, I think he's definitely one for the future. We've seen him at this level take wickets. He's gone to USA weeks. He's put Marties where they are today. They won the USA last year, and I think good signing for the Knights this season. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes on. Not the ideal Bloemfontein wicket where it zip past your nostrils normally. When we started, when we had the likes of Johan and all those guys playing here, so it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to run up on a bit slower Bloemfontein wicket than what we usually see here.
Too wide, and it's taken toll of. It's going to be only the single. Maria out there on the offside boundary sweeping. He's a wicket keeper by trade as well, but he's no slouch in the field.
Yeah, I think the Knights are licking their lips when it comes to wicket keeping. They have Haasbroek that we've seen take the gloves. We've seen Isaac at Gully taking the gloves, and Ruben as a pronoun wicket keeper. So they're definitely not short with any glovemen in the province.
I want to go back to something you said earlier, and that's about the youngsters coming through the Knights system. You know, it's good to see Seth Vleemouse and Ruben Maria on this side. And Maria has gone through the school system, but Seth has done it the hard way. Came to Bloemfontein from the Western Cape, studied at the University of the Free State. Real varsity cricket star in South Africa, made the CSA University side on numerous occasions.
Yeah, it's a good reward, I think, for the province, and to have the guys going through the system and doing it the hard work. It just shows that the coaches that's putting hours into the guys to getting them to this level. And I'm sure they're the guys that's in their circle and they've seen their friends play at this level should be licking their lips and knowing that if they put in the right yards and the right person sees you never know when it's your moment.
He was the fourth member of our household for a year, Seth Vleemouse. Stayed in Universitas in the Smith home. Not a bad track record for that home because prior to him it was Bayer Swanepoel. Lived there for a couple of years. So Rindle Street 10A creates first class cricketers.
Yes, I think you should start an agency then with all the first class players that come through your household.
The mentality of Vleemouse is one I like. As you say, he's done it the hard way. So we just watched Langa into Kem.
He lets that one pass. He's definitely so when I came to Bloem and I met Seth for the first time, he's definitely someone you want in a team. He has that never say die attitude. Although he supports Chelsea, he has a Liverpool mentality there. When he's on the field, he's willing to fight for his teammates.
Yeah, and he's the kind of player that pressure brings out the best in him. You know, he's especially for the University of the Free State, he's always made runs in tough circumstances. He's much more than just a part-time off-spinner. He's very handy with the ball. He gets good shape. Bowls it a bit slower.
Yeah.
And it's something also that I was very intrigued in watching Dan Pitt with the new ball. And I was standing up top here next to the comm box for a while and sort of realizing is that we see Ross Boast nearly taking out one of his teammates. It's the pace that spinners bowl. As you say, the Bloemfontein wicket is not the Bloemfontein wicket of old. You know, and you'll know this very well, having bowled plenty of overs in Bloemfontein. And it's finding that correct pace. I always say the wicket whispers at you spinners. You know, you've got to listen to that wicket, and it's different obviously for Dane with a new ball than it would be later on.
Yeah. I think just previously I mentioned when he started his spell, I said it's going to be interesting to see how quickly he can find his rhythm and pace to the wicket, which is going to spin and which is going to slide for him. And it was interesting to see him use both sides, as we see in a change here. The guy that we've been looking to see, Ross Bose, comes on from the Willows in and he sees his first ball. And a bit of shape out the hand there, leg side. But like I just mentioned, when we come into spinners, I think he's like we mentioned, he's played at test level, he's played in subcontinent, he's done well for South Africa at home and the subcontinent. But it's going to be interesting to see how fast he finds his space on the wicket. And what he does really well for the teams he's played under is he doesn't allow guys to score freely. So the run rate stops more like from the one side and allows his seamers to use the other end. And that's what any coach's dream would have in 4-day cricket.
There we go. There we go. Maybe he's going to be the man, because we haven't seen much of that yet. Yes, there was sort of tennis ball bounce, but it asks a different question. And what will immediately encourage Ross Boast and Dan Pitt is that Snyman played it.
Yeah.
He didn't duck it, he didn't get out of the way, didn't drop the hand. So there's gloves in the way, there's a chance there, and that'll be encouraging.
Just around the system, like when you speak to different coaches and stuff, and especially like players that does really well at Div 1 and Div 2, you like chat to them and they ask them about how do they feel, what tactics they use. And some guys, like coaches that I've spoken to this season, they say, especially a guy like Yuri, when you play against him, he's not well known for the short ball, so it'll be interesting to see how quickly the Knights use the short ball tactic. It's not the longest boundary to our left here, it's the shorter side, but it will be interesting to see that tactic of the short ball to Yuri.
I get to the long and the short boundary here. Now after this delivery, Boast into Snyman once more. On that topic, quick single, on that topic of the short boundary and the short ball, I kind of like it if you're going to employ the tactic to do it to the short boundary, because you're giving the batter a chance now. So chances are he's looking to take you on to the short boundary. If it is to the long boundary and you go to that tactic, chances are he's just going to get out of the way, or he's just going to duck. So it's almost as if you're creating an opportunity for yourself by doing it to the short boundary.
100% yes, but I think that's just putting on your coach's brain there, and how you thinking about getting a wicket is using that tactic of the short ball mentality here. And it's definitely in the batter's mind that the short boundary is there, I can play at it, and if Boasty or whoever uses that tactic just gets one to maybe kiss the deck, and that's it, the splice of the bat, and that's created the chance, because there hasn't been any chances we've had LBW shout. We've seen a couple of play and misses, but we haven't had LB shouts or one dropping short of the field yet. So it's good absorbing the pressure from the Eastern Storm guys, as we've seen them finding themselves at 3.6 runs and over.
Yeah, that's good. The last two deliveries from Boast hinted with a little bit of shape back into the left-hander. Good over, barring the first delivery that slipped down the leg side. And the one thing that the Knights have done well, Aubrey, is yes, it's still 3.5 runs to the over, but they've dragged it back considerably. It was a fast start. I think they were 20 odd after 2 overs. So in the next 17, they've conceded 47, less than 3 runs to the over.
Yeah, you've seen Langa bowl 2 overs, only going for 2 runs. I think he's just kept it simple. He's he's given a couple of balls wide there to Yuri, and he hasn't punished them as he punished the previous bowlers. But what he's done well to earn us is he's just kept the ball on fifth stump, and the ball has been with the slope going across him. And it's a good thing there, as we've seen a field change here as Dane just finds himself at backward point with the deep point still out there.
Chance, gonna be the first wicket of the final. Big one for the Flexbrand Knights as Yuri Snyman departs the scene. And it is that man Langa, 2 overs, none for 2, putting the pressure on and getting the first wicket.
Yeah, as we mentioned, he's just kept it simple there, and the reward has paid off there. He hasn't looked to. There has been a bit more energy now from when Boasty came on. We see the ball, there's a bit more swing out his hand, but the two of them is going to be key now to keep this pressure that they've created. And you see there when the rate drops, they're under that 3.5 where the coaches speak about is the wicket chance. And as soon as the rate's gone under 3.5, there's been the first shout for the morning.
A decent hand played by Yuri Snyman. He averages about 35 in first class cricket, makes 44 in the final. Did it in good time as well, of 63 deliveries. But Sitembile Langa, you spoke about his fifer at the coast against the Inyatis. What would he not give for a fifer here today in the final?
Yeah, I think the guy coming in here, Christopher Brits, he's done really well for them this season. He's had the double 100, but in the first game. And I think the Eastern Storm will need him to score big runs. He has the capability of batting long, like we've seen Ernest bat long, but he's only scored 382 runs, and one of that having 270 runs. So I think he's due to get some runs in. If Jeff and the team and the coaching staff coming in at number 3, I think it's a big role for any team. Your number 3 is probably your well-known batter. He plays spin well, plays seam well, and I think he's going to be ready with Langa stale up here now.
He's another man that averages 40 in first class cricket, is Chris Brits, 27-year-old. At stages in his career, he's had the full beard going, caveman look.
Yeah, he's also, him and Ernest know each other well. They've played together at the Heat for 1 or 2 seasons, so they did well there. The Heat won the competition for 3 years in a row, so not too bad guys to have out there, as they've been in finals before.
It must be the province with the most aptly named side, the Heat. Kimberley. It's a well-known fact that the Hull is halfway between Kimberley and Uppington.
Yeah, I've seen the temperatures are rising there. But
It's been hot in Bloem as well, make no mistake.
I had to get used to the weather in Nelspruit, and we've had some lovely rain over the December period there. But as you see, Langa comes up there to Chris Brits' first ball. He's definitely going to be looking to test his technique. I've seen a couple of dismissals of young Britsy the beginning of the season. He's definitely the LBW candidate, and I think somebody that in Langa's caliber, he's definitely going to be looking to hit that pads in the first 10 balls of young Britsy's innings.
As he does. The old right-hander's curse, just falling over Christopher Brits. And if for the viewers at home that do not quite know what we mean, is it's have a look at his head. It just moves in the direction of cover instead of moving in the direction of the delivery he's trying to hit, and it's nothing new for right-handers, especially at the start of the innings.
Yeah, if you're just looking nicely there, as Langa delivers, you see the heads just bobbling to our right here from on top, and that's why we've seen him falling over there. So as he walks down there, as Langa gets that one just to straighten a bit more. But the find of the season, I think, for Eastern Storm this season was young Devan Murray. If you watched him first half of the competition, he was finding his feet, and I think whatever he decided to do over the December break, because that's when the 100 came, that's when he got runs last week against SWD again, and we've seen him play at S under 19 level, so he's definitely one that Cricket South Africa has invested in, and it's a joy for a coach to see young boys scoring hundreds at first class cricket.
He does move a long way across, does Chris Brits. So you better use that willow. That's the important thing, because Langa's not going to leave the stumps. He's going to try not to. 2 for 1 of 2.5 overs. It's been really good. Run rate ever dropping.
The thing now from a coach's thing that we've seen now, young Brits, he's just put on your coach brain. You've seen him now advance to Langa. You've seen him sit back in the crease. What do you think? He knows that the guys are coming for his pad. What do you think as a coach is do? How do you tend to solve that problem that he finds himself at? He knows that they're looking to hit his pad.
I think in both scenarios that he's been trying in this over, he's actually making himself more vulnerable because their head's not still. You know, it's a tough one because Aubrey, you'll know, you guys spend years and years protecting that fourth stump line, and now all of a sudden you're going to have Langa who slants it in at you, really attacking middle stump. So the question in my mind always is, how do guys prepare? How do they practice? If you know this is where I'm going to be targeted, how do you prepare? Is he preparing and knowing that, listen, they're watching videos of me, they know this is my weakness, and perhaps that's why he's moving around? And I've always been a fan, Aubrey. I don't mind trigger movements. I don't mind movements, but at point of release, eyes have to be still as a batter. So it's it's those old cliches, Aubrey. They always say your head's got to be still. Yes, your head's got to be still because your eyes have to be still, and that's the only way of keeping them still. So you'll see the best of the best, Smith, Labuschagne, all of these guys that move a lot. At point of delivery, they're still.
Yeah, definitely more zip there from young Boasty. The one thing that you mentioned there that I think as a batter is, which youngsters can take, is about being still at point of release. Is that allows you to see the ball clearly out to his hand, and you can pick up length easier. But I just think we've seen there 5 balls that Britzy faced there in his first 4 or 5 balls there. I just think there was a lot of movement after the balls out of Langa's hand, and that's why he's oohs and ahs and buts there. As you look at Ernest is really still at the crease. He's not a lot of movement, and then he makes his. You can see there's a lot more comfortable. He's a lot more comfortable playing the bowlers than the approach Britzy as he walks down. He's moved on to off stump.
I think he might be nervous as well. You know, it is a final, but you're talking me into a conversation I have with a lot of young batters about trigger movements, and I'll get to that after this delivery.
Yeah, definitely we can see Boasty has a bit more zip than what we've seen from the first 3 seamers we've seen this morning. Oh, as he gets that one to fly through, cuts Ernest in half. Well played, I think, there.
Yeah, he did well not to bring the hands down to the ball, and he also did really well not to get hit in the rib cage. Just getting back to that trigger movement, I think it's important for young batters who might be watching this and listening is to understand that 30 years ago, trigger movements wasn't part of our game. Batters just didn't trigger. And the reason it came into the game is because bowlers started bowling thunderbolts. They started bowling quickly. And young batters watch television, and they see Jacques Callis who went back and across and then a forward press, and they see Steve Smith. What they don't realize is, as Jacques Callis goes back and across, he lifts his hands. Trigger movements is there to get the hands going as much as it is to get the feet going, because you're going to receive 145 k's an hour ball, and if you're dead still and your hands are down low, you're going to be in trouble. Because you've got to get the hands up and down then. So I think it's very important to understand why you do something as a young batter.
As we see a change in field there, we've seen one slip out moves to leg stump there.
I kind of like that, even if it was just for one delivery, Aubrey, because he's getting that shape back, and very nearly Kem fell into the trap. He just didn't connect. So yeah, just to finish the point, I think it's very important for coaches of young players and young players to understand that I can't just copy something from the TV. I can't just watch A.B. de Villiers or Jacques Callis or Steve Smith and think it's going to work for me. The game has fundamentally changed a lot. You know, when we were youngsters, and we had straight back lifts to middle stump, only played in the V. Didn't get the hands up because we pressed, we pushed at the ball. These days it's all about bat swing and back swings and
all the swings.
All the swings.
As we see, Langa comes here for Britzy again. Flash outside off stump there. And
I had some harsh words from a coach that I respect a lot. I mentioned his name earlier, Gerard Maria. said, I'm teaching my 6-year-old how to bat, and I threw him a couple of balls, and Gerard was watching, and he said, "Yeah, but he's got no bat swing." And I said, "Yeah, but he's 6 years old." And he said, "No, it's the first thing. Get the hands up, you know." How the game has changed, but it's wonderful, and it's different. It's different for every player.
100%. I think as a batter at this level, I think you also got to find that recipe of batting and finding what ticks in your philosophy of batting. And I think if you follow too much batting tips, is also overflowing a recipe, and it might not have the result you want in the end. So
I mean, if let's take you as an example, Aubrey. You don't have the classic technique. You don't have the technique that you copied from somebody. It's very much an Aubrey Swanepoel way of batting, and I tend to, I have to say, the older he's gotten, the better he's got at batting. Is that fair to say?
yeah, I'll actually, as the next 5 days, I'll give you more insight into why I was actually, when I started playing, I was never a batter. Made SA schools as a bowler, then had a lot of setbacks, got banned for remodeling action, and then the likes of Wendell Bossinger made me into a batter. And he's actually prolonged my cricket career, because I actually thought after me remodeling my action and finding out that I couldn't bowl for the way I got seen and how people saw me as a threat, and allowed me to work on simple philosophies in batting, and it's actually paid off in the longer. You've had the same recipe for longer, but it's something that I think you're going to mention over the next days, having the good swings, the nice swings, and just making contact at the right positions.
And speaking about that individuality as a player, and you know, there's a few key fundamentals that stay the same. And Graham Pollock, way back in an interview, said it so nicely. He said, at the end of the day, cricket stays a see the ball, hit the ball game. People will do it differently, with different styles and different techniques, but they all have to watch the ball.
Yeah, I think this is. And Seth just kicks that one and allows Britzy off the mark there. I don't think captain and the leadership will be happy about what that. I think Langa just had his tail up there to Britzy.
Yeah, and he was working him over.
He's got the ball to come back at Britzy and straightens a bit, and that's always put doubt in any batter's mind, that if a bowler could get the ball just to leave my batter, if he's prone, his natural delivery is the ball coming back at the right-hander, because I think Makaya did that for years in the national team. He just got the ball to run back at the right-handers. As soon as he got the skill of leaving the right-handers, made him very dangerous. And I think Langa is someone similar to what Makaya did. As we come to the end of 22 overs, Eastern Storm 68 for the loss of 1 wicket. If you joined us now, Yuri Snyman has been knocked over from Langa. 44 runs, only wicket that fell this morning thus far.
Time for a change in the combox. Aubrey Swanepoel, after 90 minutes of hard work in a very hot Bloemfontein, takes a bit of a breather. I think I might have timed it perfectly again, because lunch can't be too far away. So probably half an hour away. Get a little respite. John Harmer takes his seat again. Good morning, John.
Morning, Split.
Interesting state of affairs after 22 overs, 68 for the loss of 1. Eastern Storm started like a house on fire, didn't they, John?
They definitely did. They really took full advantage. They were not complacent. They were running hard between the wickets. We were talking about they went for audacious cut shots at points. They really looked to score at every opportunity.
Boast to Brits for the first time. That's wide. Might even be wider. No. Gets away with it. Does young Ross Boast. Both him and Ruben Maria and this night squad, they were 2 stars at the USO week in December for the university sides. Boast for Marties and Maria for University of the Free State. Maria made the most runs at that tournament. That's good. That's good. That's where he wants to operate to Brits, Ross Boast.
looking at this innings, Dane Pitt, the skipper, bringing himself back into the attack in the third over. I've loved the proactive captaincy here this morning from Dane Pitt, and looking at the fielding positions. Wouldn't always say it's very conventional, the fields he's set, but he's been very aggressive. He's been working towards a plan, and the Flexbrand Knights have done well to get themselves back into the game, yeah?
I suppose goes 2 straight. He's operating with a 6-3 field here in favour of the offside. Good running from Christopher Brits. Sees them coming back for 2. Just going through that field of Ross Post. He's got a first slip and then a fourth slip or a very fine gully. Maybe a third slip. He's got a sweeper who goes out to the boundary now, and then he's got a short catching cover, extra cover and mid off. Mid on and a man just in front of square on the leg side at mid wicket. Fine leg back on the boundary.
Just take us through that wicket that did fall. I wasn't on commentary at that point, and from what I saw, I wouldn't have said, he's been playing really well this.
I think it was a bit of a rush of blood, to be honest, by Yuri Snyman. He was just starting to be pegged back ever so slightly, and Langa was really honing in on a good length and got some width and had a crack at it, but he didn't get it anywhere near the middle of the bat. Skied it out to cover. Easy enough catch.
So it's something that the game does offer, especially in the longer formats, that they like you break from here or there, and you definitely do feel that the Flexbrand Knights, they were on the back foot for a moment. They've been recovering well, but you wouldn't say it was at such a point where they had forced the issue or the wicket. And the Parchov Snyman was very fortunate for this. He was looking good for it.
Yeah, he was, but they're just getting a bit of respite now, the Knights bowlers, with Brits new to the crease. Kem 23 of 58. That's the way we know him as Kem operates. He's the backbone of the innings so often for the Eastern Storm. Posty, Ross Post will try and get a bit closer to that off stump, especially to the new batter, Chris Brits. Becomes a war of attrition now. 5-day final. You're looking to outlast your opponent, Jean Kluter. And is that Pat Botha? Yeah, Pat Botha at first slip. One of the seniors in the side, alongside Dan Pitt. Gets to field in the slips, especially in this heat. No running around on the boundaries. Kem will be slightly disappointed with that one job. Had a bit of width.
Yeah, he's gone for the cut shot a couple of times in this innings so far. He's been successful on a couple of occasions.
Two slips, a gully, man at backward point, cover, mid off, solitary man at mid wicket, and then a fine leg, sort of 3/4 the way to the boundary. Beg your pardon, there's a mid on in as well on the leg side, so it's another 6-3 field to the left-hander for Langa. Be some changes now to the right-handed Brits. Men not playing for the Knights, Jacques Snyman. Joe van Dijk, as we said, injured. Big loss. Mondi Makunku also in the squad, but didn't make the side for the final, the left-arm orthodox. Mbongi Mhlanga, another man that was part of the season that's also carrying a bit of an injury. Played in the white ball format, didn't Langa? Played in that final where they defeated the Eastern Cape Inyati in the T20 section. Bit of confusion between Kem and Brits for a change or for a stage. John, you've done plenty of commentary here this season. Same wicket that they're playing on than the other 4-day fixtures were played. What do you make of the wicket thus far?
It's been a good batting surface so far. There's really not been too much on offer. I actually expected, with electing to bowl first, they were expecting something up front, bit of movement, some dangerous play. I was expecting some balls passing the grill, but it was not the case. And so the way the wicket's played so far, it does look like it's a big scoring opportunity. Big runs on the board during this 5-day match. It's going to be interesting. And as I said, the wicket that has fallen, you do want to tend to say it was a cheap wicket. It was a batsman's error, as you said, a rush of blood. So I'm still a bit nervous in the sense that, to get your wickets here, you're going to work really, really hard. And you've got to really pull something out of that. And you've got to be disciplined over a long, extended period of time to manufacture those wickets, as you would say. I don't think it's going to come easy.
He's come around the wicket to Ernest Kem, and it's a tough one here for the left-hander because the initial angle will be almost coming back at him, but Langa does move it across. So can he find that perfect delivery, the one that draws Kem into the forward defensive and it just nips away?
We're discussing it with Malusi Zabutu when he came across from the Loch Logan end, where he also came change of angles, and we have seen Ernest Kem liking to go for the cut shot, as we see another change of angle now.
Straight to cover.
So they're definitely playing around with that idea. It's nice to see as Langa's 5th over comes to a conclusion. The Eastern Storm, 72 for the loss of 1 after 24.
Exactly 3 runs to the over. Knights have done really well to drag that back. So it's a war of attrition now, as we said earlier. Langa has been very good for his side. He's conceded only 1 run to the over. I suppose his first over was really good. Just struggled with the radar on his second. He's in to Christopher Brits. That's better. That's better. You'll see that when Ross Boast gets it 100% right, he'll just get the ball to leave the right hander ever so slightly. And he's got that beautiful angle, also slanting in and then moving away.
There's a lot of cricket to be played. We're still here in almost the conclusion of the first session of day 1. But a lot's been happening. As you said, war of attrition.
Back of a length, and Brits just defends back to Ross Boast. In his first year of professional cricket as Boast, his older brother, Matt Boast at the Warriors. Played for the Titans as well before moving down to the coast. I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Boast will be here all watching. Good aggression.
Now you like to see it. You like to see a bit of fire from the seamers. We haven't really seen it this morning. We were a bit worried the wicket's a bit too slow and so forth, but no, it's coming along nicely now. Ross Boast is finding his rhythm here. Just here before.
Now he'll always find something if he bends his back, Ross Post. He's a strong man. He's a strong fella. That's good carry as well. Brits has been very watchful. He's 4 from 23 deliveries, I suspect now. Kem, 24 of 62. The aggressor was definitely Yuri Sneymer. That's good. That's very good, Ross Boast.
Definitely bringing some fire here in his 4th over, Ross Boast.
A bit of gardening Chris Brits to do. He'll be telling us that one behaved differently than the rest he's faced thus far. Just feel something brewing here, John Armour. Just feel the Knights are building some momentum.
That concludes Ross Post's 4th over. It's a maiden. Brilliant overly bowled from him. Saw a bit of bounce, bit of pace. Concludes the 25th, 72 for the loss of 1. I'm trying to think, as we coming to the end of the first session, who feels they're on top of it at the moment. But at the moment, very evenly poised.
I think the Storm is slightly ahead. The reason being the Knights elected to bowl first, and if you do that, you sort of challenge yourself to get 2 or 3 at least in that first session, because you're going to be batting last on a track that might start turning somewhere during this match. So Malusi Soboto back into the attack. He's a very good spell bowler. He can put together long spells for you, Malusi Soboto.
The veteran, Mr. Consistent, will back into the attack. Lunga had a very good opening spell here. He's the man who did get the much needed wicket here for the Flexbrand Knights. And I do agree with you, if you're going to bowl first, you are under the impression, we can take 2-3 here, we can put the pressure on them and on the dugout. Has not been the case.
He's going to attack the stumps here, Malusi Soboto. Ernest Kembera knows he's going to be playing at most of these deliveries. He's not going to get a lot to leave alone. Soboto has taken 343 first last wicket. Talking about experience, add to that a plethora of white ball wickets. He's a very skillful T20 bowler as well.
As I mentioned, had the honor of sitting next to him on the plane back from Joburg earlier this week, and very calm gentleman, understands his game very well, has done his research, asked him about what's his thoughts going into a final. It's just another game. He's done his preparation, he backs his skill set, doing what his captain requires from him in the moment. He's got a big role to play in this match.
That's too wide and it's cut out to the man sweeping, who's Ross Boast. Protects the second. It's only 1 run added for Ernest Kemp. Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, second final that it's hosting this season. After the Flexbrand Knights also won CSA T20 Div 2. 30 points after 2 competitions in that battle to regain a place in Division 1. Finished top of the log in the T20 campaign, top of the log in the 4-day competition.
It's been a very successful campaign this year. Coach JP Trichardt must be well pleased with the men he's got, and it's been interesting. A lot of young blood being introduced, as we just sang the praises of Ross Boast, Ruben Murray. He's got the experience, and well mixed team. We've got the experience of international player, the likes of Dame Pitt. We've got Aaron Pangiso, who's part of the management, if I'm correct.
Good delivery. Draws Brits into a defensive stroke outside the off stump.
So it's been a year where the Knights have really got into a rhythm where their systems have come into play, and the results have shown.
Yeah, you talk about Aaron Pangiso, he's the Colts coach at this stage for the Flexbrand Knights, and hearing good things. He's implemented good structures for the next best side. As Captain Dan Pitt decides he'll have another little trundle before lunch. It's bowled 6 overs, none for 21.
I'm just thinking as a young player, coming through the ranks, you're coming to this academy or this setup, and you have a coach in the likes of Aaron Pangisu with that pedigree. As a youngster, I myself would have been jumping at the opportunity to learn from men like him.
Yeah, he's got so much to offer, Aaron Pangiso, very, very experienced. As well, a captain like Dan Pitt, he's got so much to offer. Jacques Snyman in and around the system. Pat Buerta as well. All of these men can really mean a lot to the likes of Ruben Maria, Haasbroek, Boast, Vliedermaus, Cole Abrams.
You just get the sense, Coach JP understood what he wanted to do, and he's brought in these two gentlemen over time. And I remember in the off season seeing Dame Pitt in the air. Oh, and it's taken. It's taken, and the skipper has to depart. It's the skipper that departs, and Dame Pitt gets the breakthrough here in his 7th over. And on the verge of lunch, Aaron Skem has to depart. He's played a hand. He would have loved to move on, but now the tide changes.
Yeah, that was just held up in the wicket ever so slightly. Kim threw his shot early. It's a well taken catch at short cover by Seth Vliedermaus.
And we were speaking about, the experience Dame Pitt brings, and that he's going to play around with the pace. He's been doing it the whole morning. And this time he does get the miss time and does go to hand.
It's a massive wicket. A big, big, big wicket. Ernest Kemp, so often the glue. He averages 40 in first class cricket. Also the leading wicket taker in this competition. So he's a big player for his side. He departs the scene, and you can see he was planning on spending a lot more time at the crease. And it'll be Kabelo Sekokune to come to the crease. Just before the lunch interval on day 1 of the CSA Division 2 4-day competition, but 5-day final.
But I'm going to ask you again. We just had this conversation before the over.
It's even now.
It's even. But those two, they've seen the back of the two openers who looked mighty when they came out. They were scoring freely. They were getting the gaps. They strike the ball beautifully. And with a spell of Suboto and Dane Pitt bringing it back, bringing the Run rate was at 0.8 runs to the over, currently at 2.8.
Another wicket and the Knights are leading going into lunch. If they get them 3 down, they've brought the run rate back to under 3 runs to the over. So the wicket of Sekokune or Brits before lunch, and the Knights have sort of made a comeback of note. You won't put it past Dave Pitt. He's bowling at another left-hander.
He must be fancying his chances here. He's got his tail up, the skipper. Trying to attack the stumps immediately. Just too straight on this occasion. They do come through for the single.
Sekokune, the new batter, averages just about 31 in first class cricket. Made 45 and 28 last weekend against Southwestern Districts in Oudtshoorn, or the Garden Route Badgers, as they are known. Albertus Kennedy and his team doing a fantastic job in Oudtshoorn. Very watchful from Chris Britz. He's 4 from 27 deliveries. End of the over from Dan Pitt. Good one, successful one. Only 1 run conceded. Picked up the wicket of Ernest Kemp, caught Fleedermouse at short cover. 74 for 2 after 27. It's round about now that the men in the field will be thinking what's for lunch. 2 batters out. They can have as much lunch as they want. No need to look after it. They'll be hoping they'll have a night's rest tonight before they get into the field. The longer they bat in this first innings, the better, for not just for the run scoring, but in the back of their mind, they'll continue to tell themselves the Knights have got to bat last if they want to win this game. So the longer we bat in our first innings, the better. Not convincing from Kabelo Sekokune. Got caught on the crease there by Malusi Siboto.
I was just having a think about it, that we were speaking about the Knights have really got their rhythm. They've been having a lot of bowling changes and it's worked for them. Ross Boast came in, he's looking fiery. He'll come back definitely after lunch at some point, and Siboto is finding his rhythm on the Loch Logan end. So all of us, it's not looking that easy out there.
Yeah, the man who changed it was Sitembise Langa. 5 overs, 1 for 5. He sort of got the Knights into that rhythm. He bowled them into that rhythm by not giving away any freebies, just sticking to his lengths, nibbling the ball ever so slightly, and kudos to him.
So with the momentum as it stands, Flexbrand Knights have really found a rhythm, and they've really started to bog down the Eastern Storm from scoring any runs freely.
I don't know what he.
So at this moment in time, you can just feel, I would just like to get to lunch, recuperate, get ready for the second session. (1 minute to 12), so can't imagine You'll see more than this over. Full on this time occasion. As you see Malusi Saboto jogging back to his mark. I saw him doing this the entire over so far, trying to get quicker through the over.
Now they want to get one more in before lunch. One more. That's what they're trying to do. I don't think he's made it. Or has he?
We'll have a call the moment now. Umpire's having a deliberation in the middle.
Now lunch has been called. Lunch has been called here on day one of the CSA Division 2 4-day competitions, 5-day final. And it is the Eastern Storm who's lost 2 wickets in that first session. The Flexbrand Knights started off indifferently but came back nicely. It was an inspired spell by Sitembise Lango, picked up 1 for 5 and 5 overs that sort of steadied the ship. Wickets lost to Yuri Snyman, 44 of only 63 deliveries, and Ernest Kim, a much more circumspect 25 for him. It is the Eastern Storm, a 74 for 2. We'll be back after lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break as we enjoyed ours over here. I'm still walking back after lunch. For the guys that's just joining us, Yuri Snyman's out for 42 and about 2 overs just before lunch. Eastern Storm lost their captain Ernest Kim. The batters at the crease, Christopher Brits and Sekukune at the crease, Kabelo Sekukune. The guys that picked up the wickets for the night, Langa bowled 5 overs, picking up the big wicket of Yuri Snyman for 44. And then, as I mentioned, just before lunch, Dane picked up his first wicket, and that was the big wicket of Ernest Kim. From the Willows end, we'll have the captain bowling, Dane Pitt again. Yeah, he bowled a really well spell just before lunch. He got the ball just to spin and hold up in the wicket, and that was the dismissal of Ernest Kemp. He'll be bowling to left and right hander, Christopher Brits and Kabelo Sekukune. Yes, Dane start well here after lunch. Couple of dot balls, getting it just to stop. Yeah, Dane's getting the ball to spin a bit more there. I think make sure that he has the right fielders at the right position. Mid wicket's definitely involved here. As Britzy ducks that one just behind square. Good running between the two of them. And that's the first runs after lunch.
First runs after lunch, and very interesting thought is, we've been talking about day 5, the day extension, and how the ball can turn at that time. But at the moment, it does look as if Dane Pitt's already getting a bit of purchase here.
Yeah, he's definitely have a bit more energy on the ball here after lunch. I think they know how important it is to break this partnership that's just started now. Only 3 runs, but I think they know the capability of the two batters at the crease.
You see there in the shot, Siboto and Dane Pitt having a lot of discussions, the two veterans. We've seen a lot of proactive play, as we said, in this field of play so far in the first session. Beginning of the second, they would love to get quick wickets here.
Yeah, the two of them bowled really well just before lunch. I think the one thing they did was they stopped Eastern Storm from scoring. And I remember when myself and you just started commentating this morning, the rates were at 8, and then it went to 6s, and then just before I left it was at 3.45 runs and over. And if you watch now, it's at 2.6. So what Malusi and Dane has done, they've done really well to curb Eastern Storm from scoring.
And it just set up that platform for when Langa came into attack, and he's been the pick of the bowlers so far today. 5 overs, he's conceded only the 5 runs, and he's picked up a big wicket of Snyman for 44. It's really put them in a commanding position.
Yeah, if you look at the field here, they have a guy just behind square, and Langa moves well to his left to only give 1 run. And Malusi just overstriding there. No ball there, but I think you can see that just after the first drinks break they had, I think they had Easterns were still no wicket down, and then they had a good talk. You've seen them in the huddle there. And then what happened was their plans changed, where they wanted to hit the ball, where they wanted the batter to hit them, and it's worked off to the extent. They have 2 wickets in the bank there. At a stage, it was looking like they won't have anything before lunch.
The Knights have really done well to get those 2 wickets, especially the second, really working hard for it. We said that the wicket has been really looking good as a batting surface. There has to be a lot of discipline in this format to work for those wickets. And I would like to continue here.
Yeah, if you see it, just found Chris Brits has just found it a little difficult to score, as he found himself 6 of 35 balls there. As we've seen another play and miss there. But compared to the guys that opened the batting, they found it a bit easier to score. I think one thing the Knights did better now is, since 2 wickets that Eastern Storm has lost, their lines and their groupings, you can see, has been just outside off stump, testing the batter. Every ball making something happen. I just felt early in the morning they bowled 2 sides of the wicket.
As you said, in the first 10 overs, the ball wasn't really beating the outside edge. We seldomly saw that. Batsmen were really finding the middle of the bat, and as we've just progressed in the play, you've got a feeling the wicket's just hardened a bit, the ball's coming through a bit nicer. We saw just before the end of the session Ross Boast coming in and bowling a couple really nice looking bounces. So it's carrying them. For the first time, it does look as if slips are in the play, and you can just feel there's a bit of uncomfortableness. As we said, Chris Brits not the happiest at the moment, or the most comfortable he would like to be in the middle.
Yeah, the good thing for the Flexbrand Knights is they have 2 of their most experienced guys with the ball in hand, which is Dane Pitt and Malusi Siboto. They have actually not given Eastern Storm anything to score freely, and that's why that run rate has decreased to that extent now.
Just shows you the value of experience, what it does bring to the table when applied correctly.
Yeah, I think it must have been your stint there with Sput, because I don't remember when the last boundary was scored, and it must have been like more than 10 overs ago.
Raise a very interesting point as we complete the 30th over. The Eastern Storm, 78 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, if you can see, the scoreboard is almost like not even moving since the two of them has taken control of the game. Yeah, it's like any dream for a coach just having Dane Pete closing in there. I remember his first 4 overs he went for about 14 runs, and if you look at there, he's bowled now 8 overs and it's gone for 24. So definitely good tactic, and the one thing that Dane Pitt will want is to be bowling to the same guy for longer, to allow him to set up a batter, and that's what Test cricket's about, and he's played at that level. He knows how to set up batters and invest in longer periods. Good feed there from Sekikune, couldn't beat the ring, straight to Murray at extra cover.
This one's played late. This backward point recovers it. They do come through for 2. The way I'm seeing it here today, Aubrey, is the role Dane Pete is playing is very reminiscent of me, of Nathan Lyon, in that he's really controlling his pace, he's controlling the way things are being played, and as you said, he's got that experience, and it worked for me in getting that first wicket, changing his pace, the way it's moving in the air, how it's bouncing, and he was fruitful in that first venture, and as you said, he would love to keep bowling here. As we do see a fielding change, there's 2 slips now in place.
Yeah, and we have a changing guard there, with Sekikune batting now on off stump. It's going to be interesting to see what is his tactics about batting on off stump here, because I'm sure Dane Pitt's looking just to get one to slide on to hit that pad there.
Beating the outside edge on the drive.
The one thing about batting on off stump is you got to know where the stumps is, and he's changed guard, and we've seen him just playing it outside off there, not knowing where your stumps is. It's a good trait to have if you can bat on off stump, but mastering that trait and knowing where your stumps and what to play and what to leave, it's going to take good mental aspect of the game in perfecting that skill.
End of the 31st year, 80 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, definitely seeing spin and bounce from Dane's end. It's getting the ball to go up the slope, which is a very good thing to do as a finger spinner. And Malusi's just making it difficult for Christopher Brits to score freely, as he's kept on hitting top of off every ball. Brits got forward, couldn't put the bad balls away because there haven't been anything after lunch.
Looking at that, 7 overs, 15 runs, economy of 2.1. This is what Malusi Sabuto does well. And that's what he wants to do here for Chris Brits. He wants to keep it as boring as possible. Just be on the money. Frustrate him a bit more. Try get him, let the blood rush come. Get the release shot. He's happy to stay there. That's what he built his career off of. He's happy to hit his area and just stay there. And as we said, he's got the mental capacity of just keeping that going. So it's an interesting battle laying before us.
Yeah, she's just kept it plain and simple there. Hitting top of off, making sure Britzy gets forward, and I think with the amount of games he's played, he's just going to change his length here and there, and then get the ball coming back at Britzy and hoping it hits the pad. I think if you can just see, he's looking to set up Brits just with the ball coming a bit more back than what he's expected the wicket's going to give him. But there's definitely more energy from Malusi after lunch. Yeah, and it's a great diving stop there from Rowan Haasbroek at second slip. But you see there, that's what Malusi wants. He just wants the ball to do a little more than what he was doing the previous over. But after lunch, there's a bit more energy from Malusi Siboto. Yeah, just not allowing Britzy or Sekakuni to get away with anything here. Finding it quite difficult, as we've seen Tian van Vuren brought up there from deep square to just next to the square leg umpire now. Malusi's definitely just doing what Dane Pitt's expecting him to do and not allow any freebies.
So someone who's skipped a couple of sides in your career already, as the captain, do you keep on Malusi, just keep doing what he's doing, or do you bring in the X factor and try to bring in Ross Post to show a bit of pace in the first session?
Yeah, I think one thing we got to remember here is where we used to play 4-day, guys on the field has all played 4-day cricket, and the body's probably used to playing 4-day cricket. Now we're going into 5-day final. It's also managing Malusi the correct way, because if you want to win a final, you got to be able to bowl in the second innings as well if you bowl in the first innings. So I think, as you can see there, the captain and Malusi's having a conversation, and they're definitely chatting about managing his loads, because the Knights has played away to the Nyatis, then they went to White River, and the fast bowlers has put in a lot of yards here, because it wasn't easy going away from home and getting those 2 victories that they got. But it's the amount of overs that the fast bowlers put in, and also how Dane Pitt's going to manage his frontline bowler, because we've seen Langa did really well in his first spell. It will be interesting to see him back in his second spell.
With that, what you mentioned, the constant playing every weekend, the fatigue that's setting in, it's a 5-day match instead of 4. Now, do you think the Knights could have maybe opted for an additional spinner in the side to manage the workload of their seamers?
Yeah, but if you know their team and they've seen the way they played in Buffalo Park, as Sekakune cut that one fumble there from Murray, and they jogged through for 2. Just to come back on the question about playing the extra spinner, when they went to East London, they did not have the captain's experience with him, and guys like Seth Fledema and Patrick Botha was used in that game, and I think they bowled really well. So I think if Dane feels that the workload gets too much, he does have those guys in his armory to call on. So I think the Knights, our Flexbrand Knights, is a well-balanced team on the moment, because what Dane's doing is closing an end, and he's allowed to have his seamers run up from the log loading end.
Just looking at that last delivery, Sekakune getting himself a spot of trouble with his foot movement. good over from the skipper Dane Pitt. That concludes the 33rd over. 82 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, so I think in 5-day cricket, what Dane's doing is probably ideal. What he wants as the captain is not allowing Eastern Storms to score freely and just waltz on as the day progressed. They're going to have to fight and dig deep. And that's why I think it's important to see the role that the two leaders in the team is doing. Because at rate, when we started after lunch, it was at 2.6. And I'm sure the longer they go into the spell, that rate will decrease. Because at the moment, what we see here, besides the one bad ball that Dane's bowled and Sekakune rock backed and cut there hasn't been anything that out of the ordinary, hitting top of off, looking to have all 3 dismissals in, LBW, caught behind or bowled. And that's all what Malusi is looking to do. If you watch his field, 2 slips in a ring field, he's looking to hit the pads or bowled. And he's an old wisey cricketer, so as the longer he gets into his spell, it's going to test him to get into that, because he's definitely into a rhythm now. He's just finding that groove, hitting top of off as we mentioned, but he's definitely looking where's the loopholes that he can find a wicket for his team.
He's a patient cricketer, and we've said that in the beginning of this innings, that the role he usually plays in the 4-day matches, it's going to be no different here in the 5-day final. And he's recovered quite well. It's expensive in the first over, his first spell. He's come back, he's got 3 dots here in his 9th, just bowled the maiden. Chris Briss not getting any relief at the moment.
That's his second no ball there from Malusi Siboto.
We were talking about managing the seamers, and Malusi Siboto's bowled a couple now from the Lochhagen since the new session. Just thinking, who they're going to bring on that side, who really keen on taking the ball. Would it be Tian from Fearon, the left arm seamer? Would it be Ross Bose? He coming firing away? Will we see the introduction of another spinner, slowing the game down?
No, I definitely think that Dane is a proactive cricketer, so he will think of getting someone that's going to get him a wicket. And I think if you're looking at the bowlers' economies, you'll probably be going either to Langa or you'll be going to Tian, as Tian's the front line bowler, but I just think Langa's bowled a really 5-over spell there for him. But it's going to be interesting to think, are the two of them just there to survive the spell that they're getting now from Dane and Malusi, and look to counter attack the next bowlers, because at the moment they're just looking to survive.
It's been a bit anticlimactic in a sense. There's 2 batsmen in the middle where the openers have come out and they look to score almost off every delivery. They've come in, and as you said, they've literally just gone into this sense of survival mode, and doesn't just feel clear at the moment what the intention is.
Yeah, if you can see there, Chris Britt's definitely finding it very difficult just to keep the scoreboard active, as he's now gone on to 61 balls for only 6 runs. But I think with what happened early in the innings allows him probably just to bat a bit in the way he's been going on, but I'm sure that somewhere he wants to kick on in his innings and get that run rate closer to like 30s, 40s, or maybe 50s.
It's one of those older age sayings, as a batsman, give yourself 30, 40 deliveries to see the ball. He's been there for 51 deliveries. So, he has seen a bit of the ball. I'm not expecting him to go on and it continues from the Willows end. He's been hitting his mark beautifully. So we're not expecting Chris Bliss to just put the pedal down, but that scoreboard pressure, not getting rotation at the moment at all, it does build pressure.
100%. As we see there, just a shot out of anger there, nearly finding that leading edge. Definitely playing well with his pace there. And nearly leading edge straight to Malusi at backward point. Getting that ball just to stop in the wicket.
Dan Pete would not be minding that at all. That's what he wants to see from these batsmen, as we see a fielding change as he's going to bowl to Chris Brits for the first time in a while. 3 men are close.
As Britsy, good back foot cut there, just past extra cover, and that's the first shot we really seen that Britsy's looked to dominate, and he's probably his first boundary.
Very valuable boundary here for the Eastern Storm. The pressure has been building. There was a shorter, wider delivery from the skipper, and Chris Burts, who's been out there for 53 deliveries, saw it and he struck it beautifully for his first boundary, and I can imagine the pressure that has relieved for him.
Yeah, that partnership's danced on now to 15 as Dane goes slow in the air. Britsy down the ground for 1.
It's going to be very interesting looking back in hindsight how valuable that boundary was for Chris Brits in his innings. If that's just the thing he needed, the catalyst to get his innings started.
Yeah, because you see there, he just looked a bit more confident. The next ball, he just had head to the ball, hit it down the ground, played Dane with the spin. He looked more comfortable than just looking to survive there. He's having the tactic of putting the bowler under pressure as well. As Dane goes slow and wide, comes to the end of an over.
It does look as if Sekukuna has been finding the spin from Dane a bit more difficult. Not able to get the ball away as freely at the moment. But nonetheless, it is still Chris Brits who will be facing. And it is Malusi Sibuto who will be continuing from the Loch Logan end. So this battle that's been going on for a couple of overs now will continue. It'll be interesting to see with this newfound confidence how Chris Brits plays this.
Yeah, the fielders are gone back there. Tian's gone back to deep square. Definitely looking to find a bit more energy here from the wicket. I think Malusi is he's bowled really well. He hit good areas. He's just hoping that the wicket could give him a bit more reward. Yeah, I think this is Malusi's 4th over after lunch. He's bowled really well there. I think if you add the replay of pitch vision video of a pitch map, we'll probably see that Malusi's groupings will be really close to each other, because he doesn't really leave the stumps, as we've seen the bouncer ploy there from Malusi Sibuto.
Yeah, and deep square leg out and fine leg. It's an indication that the bouncer might come at some point. And the first time we did see it come through, carried nicely to Gian Pluto, the keeper.
Yeah, but it's just finding it still difficult to score from Malusi. Yeah, it's definitely getting warmer now here after lunch. We're definitely going to, I think in the back of a mind of Dane Pitt, he's definitely thinking about how he's going to rotate his seamers. We can definitely feel from a resetting is that the heat's definitely picked up from just before 11 until where we are now. A lot of chats happening still there between Malusi and Dane about probably how they're going to find the next wicket.
You see deep square come back into the circle. Interesting. Another bouncer from Malusi Siboto. Double bluff, Aubrey. Bringing deep square up, going for the bouncer.
Yeah, it's probably just a bit more energy on that one than the previous overs, and probably looking to get a full shot out of Chris Brits there, but getting well under it and letting it fly past him.
That concludes Malusi Siboto's 10th over. It's another maiden. Eastern Storm, 89 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, I think Dane's definitely speaking about a change happening that side. Malusi's bowled really well in that 5 overs, 4 over spell there. But I just think going into day 5, going into day 4 and day 5, you want to manage your bowlers correctly, and I think 4 over spells in this heat should be ideal now.
Don't bid the skipper to continue here from the Willow's End. Still 2 slips in place.
Yeah, they're definitely just looking to survive. They're not looking to put, because I felt that was just a bit shorter than all the others. Doesn't look to get anything more than just block that ball. And looks like you're watching stuff in repeat. Yeah, it's like every ball's the same there. Gets forward and looks to cut that one. They can cover there. Then dropping that one just short. Cabello's rock backs and cuts that one for 1. just looking at Dane, his space to the left hander and the right hander is definitely a lot quicker to the right hander, wanting that ball to kick just outside the foot marks there from what Tian created earlier. As Britzy hits that one down the ground. I must say, since he's hit Dane Pitt for that boundary, playing the balls after that, he's made it actually look a lot more comfortable playing the spin.
It does look more comfortable playing the spin. Obviously, the ball coming in towards him. He's got the scoring option of deep square or square leg region and mid-on region, so it is a bit more easier for him to play with the spin. Cabello has not been finding it easy at all with Dane Pitt. He's been running really good lines to the left-hander. As we do see that bowling change, and it is Langa comes back into the attack from a Loch Logan end. And as the man who's taken the crucial first wicket here for the Flexbrand Knights, he'll be looking to continue in this spell of his. Very impressive, running economy of 1. A big wicket in his first 5 overs.
Scoring has definitely got a lot easier for Britzy since he's back foot punched Chris Brits. Definitely looking a bit more confidence now that he's punched Dane Pitt for that back foot punch. He's moved on to 30 now.
Can't help but feel, but the bowling is preferred now at the moment to Sekuna, where he's not looked as comfortable in the recent couple of overs. And Langa would fancy bowling to him at the moment.
Yeah, change of angle here for the left-hander. Langa's Sitembele. Langa definitely looking to get the ball just to straighten down the slope there as he comes around the wicket near to Cabello.
Still a lot of energy in the field from the Flexbrand Knights, cheering on their bowler.
Yeah, 2 balls in there from Langa. Just same mentality. I think that what Malusi did was just keep it straight at the stumps. Yeah, Langa's definitely just getting the ball to straighten a little bit, but good defense here from Cabello. Well watched here, under his eyes, playing every ball under his eyes. Good position, and from my experience, these guys that play the ball late And both of these batters, you can see them playing the ball nice and late under their eyes, watching the ball off the wicket, which is always a good trait to have, is playing the ball late.
Langa again just standing off the one runner in his 6 over. 6 overs, 6 runs for 1 wicket. Dame Pitt to continue. He's already bowled 12. Economy of 3, 1 maiden, and that very valuable second wicket for the Flexbrand Knights. He has looked dangerous. So it's Chris Britt who's on strike. We just mentioned the over before. Looks a bit more comfortable with the spin coming in towards him.
Yeah, he's definitely playing Dane Pitt a bit more confident. Just listening to the contact of his bat is a bit getting forward with good intent, getting back with good intent, and quick feet playing spin is always a good trait to have. Felt he missed out there on that one. Tried to cut that one, but good fielding awareness there from Langa, moving quickly to his left, preventing that boundary.
Quick single taken to mid-on, called early from Chris Britt. Get there comfortably, good running. Head directly to Haasbrook at mid-on.
Good awareness there from the two of them, just putting the fielders under pressure. A coach's nightmare to be having a run out in 4-day cricket, but that's well run there between the two of them.
So at the end of the over, 39 gone. The Eastern Storm find themselves 93 for the loss of 2. We've been speaking about that the tendency used to be that left-handers usually very good square off the wickets, off their pads and things like that. And what I've seen in this last couple of overs is Dame Pitt is just becoming a bit more audacious, just coming a bit more straighter at Sakuna. And he's not been able to get runs off that or any decisive shot. So you can just see Dane Pitt becoming a bit more daring as he comes in that attacking of the wickets.
Yeah, we definitely see he's definitely playing in the mind of Cabello there. He's come wide of the crease, maybe looking to come straight to lines, come with the angle there. Even so, Brixie jumping really wide of the crease, close to the crease there. So he's definitely playing with the crease at the moment, and you can see he's looking to get high and at the crease and finish his action, and that allows him to get that fizz of the wicket. And then the others that you can see nicely overspin, and those are sliding on nicely with the arm there. He just need a bit more energy at the wicket. I just think the slowness of the wicket is not allowing him to get the perches he's looking for off the wicket.
Speaking about in the first innings, that first 6 overs, you would say that the Flexbrand Knights were a bit wanting in their discipline with their lines and their lengths. You can definitely not say that here at the beginning of the second session. They have been superb in hitting the areas. They've been incredibly disciplined and they've kept it very quiet.
Yeah, they've definitely had a good hard chat, I think, at the lunch interval, because the seamers has just allowed the captain to set the field to what they were looking at. And I think early in the innings they were setting the field to what the batters were looking at. And now they've dried up the runs and they've just hit off stump, looking for all three dismissals are still in play, I think. They're just looking to minimize the boundary risks.
The danger is when you allow bowlers to get into the rhythm and they are getting comfortable and they're landing it exactly where they want and they're becoming a bit more exploratory. Their hunger and their sensation for a wicket becomes more and more when they feel they're getting things right. And we can just see that at the moment that the Knights are really bowling with really good intent.
Yeah, and the one thing that can happen here is just when you think that you've survived like 74 balls and 33 balls that you're in, and then the shot out of anger, and that was nearly one of them. A bit more cleanness to the contact of the willow, and that would have been straight to point because that just about a foot short from Marais at backward point. So just when you think you're in and you've fought all those balls that you fought, and make sure that you apply and you capitalize in the 75 balls that you face now, and make sure that the scoring options become clearer and not just look to survive. Because I remember when we started just after lunch, the run rate was at 2.6 there, and we've seen 3 bowlers bowl now since lunch, and the run rate has gone to 2.3. I know we don't really speak about the rates and stuff, but just knowing that what the Knights want to achieve and where the danger periods is for Eastern Stormies, they don't want that run rate achieved to drop into an area where they find themselves now, and it might be danger periods for them while they're batting, because collapses does happen in cricket and can be from the pressure built before and not just the pressure that's at the moment.
So we see Dan Pitt hitting his mark once again, and you bring up a very good point. Now if a wicket goes down to, at this point, the risk of a second wicket going down is so high because of the rhythm these Knights bowlers find themselves in.
Yeah, as I mentioned in the previous over, I think one thing they don't want is like just when they did all these surviving, batting 76 balls, batting 35 balls, is playing a shot out of anger, and all that fight for 45 minutes is to no use. You didn't trouble the scoring. You might have there's no points to achieve in the finals, just making sure you get your team into a competitive target and you bowl well. Well, at the moment, we've seen Dane Pitt, Malusi Sibota and Nanga, they haven't given Eastern Storm anything to score. As we've seen the reverse sweep from Cabello flies over Patrick at first slip.
And as if they were reading our minds and what we were discussing, we do see a reverse sweep attempt. It flies over the slip cordon, and my oh my, if that had gone to hand, it's just as you said, a lot of hard work you feel would have been undone. But he's still there. Chris Brits is back on strike.
Just cricket awareness, right? So when Dane started bowling to Chris Brits, Madoff was all the way. And as he's seen him get more confident in hitting him with the spin, the closer Haasbroek has gotten there. So I don't know if the two batters saw that fielding change, because that is where the Knights feel they can now squeeze for a run out. He's got so close that a drop and run is a chance now for them. They felt that the two of them hasn't really given an opportunity besides the reverse sweep that just happened. But fielding positions is key. Is having one of his better fielders in his best position for a run out. And we've seen a changing commentary. We have Spoot joining us there.
Aubrey, this is real cricket. This is cricket. I know for the viewer at home who's used to seeing the ball belted over the park in the shortest format and limited overs cricket, they might disagree. But this right here, ladies and gents, is a battle. It's a battle of the mind, it's a battle of the bodies. It's hot in Bloemfontein. Langa bowled beautifully. 7 overs, 1 for 6. And I've been listening to you, Aubrey, and you're hitting the nail on the head, because what's important here for the Storm is, you've got to keep some sort of ascendancy. Even if it's a 5-day affair, they've basically scored 56 runs in the last 32 overs. They were 40 after 9 overs.
Yeah.
With 4. Just what he could not afford, Sinimbise Langa. Give Sekakuni a real freebie.
Yeah, like we mentioned that the rate when we came on just after lunch, they started at 2.6. It just looks like the two in batters there were just looking to survive and not really looking to score. But I think having the ability to change gears and go through the gears in the correct manner will allow them to bat for long periods. So they felt as a batting partnership that was probably the difficult period, and they stuck to their guns. And as soon as the bad ball came there, Sekakune punished the Knights.
Oh, that's neatly played. Always in control of it. Yeah, and for the Knights, it's the same as in that first session. It's about sticking to your guns. They came good at the back of that session, and it was because they sort of wrested control from Kim and Snyman, who was threatening at a stage to really take it away from them.
Yeah, in the back of their mind, they must also be feeling that they decided that they're going to bowl, so they are hungry for wickets. They felt that they must have been a little more moist in the wicket, or the wicket is going to do a lot more. So they're forcing for wickets, I think, when they came on in the morning. And then they realized at the first drinks that the wicket is not as bad as they thought it's going to play. And I must say they did a good adjustment, and they thought that the wicket is hitting Gian's gloves at the back of it and hitting top of off. And that's what Langa did, and we've seen Malusi with his experience just come in there and hit off stump and finding. But the only problem I have with this is they're relying on hope and not on their own ability of how they're going to get wickets. As Britzy on the back foot, lovely cricket shot.
Quality from Christopher Brits. Couple of boundaries already in this Langa over. That'll be a concern for Dane Pitt, because he was keeping things very quiet in that first session. Was Langa. I see a little bit of an idea here from Dane Pitt. He's got that man at mid-wicket, and then he's got a man just in front of square. Man at mid-wicket almost catching in quite close. To me, that'll say he's going to attack the stump and not bowl 7th stump back of a leg.
Yeah, 100%. I think just with the feel they have, he definitely wants, like I mentioned to you, the early spell is hitting Britzy's pad there. But the boundary that both boundaries came this over was 6-7 stump. Sekakune cutting that one, late pass backward point. Britzy back foot punching this one past extra cover point there. And I don't think it's what the tactic, what the captain's looking from Langa to do. All I think Dane Pitt and Malusi at mid-on and mid-off spoke to him is about making sure that he hits off stump and let the fault come from the batter stump. But they want to control the run rate, I think, at 2.4 where they feel their money end is. And that exactly that last ball is what the captain's asking from him.
And that's the thing, that's the tough part, isn't it, Aubrey? You've captained a lot of sides. the best ideas, the best plans, your bowlers still need to execute them. And that's where that breakdown in communication, or let's call it breakdown in trust, sometimes comes. You're standing at mid-off or mid-on or the slip cordon as a captain, and you'll be pulling your hair out because you've just had the chat. Listen, I'm going to give you a mid-wicket and a man in front of square leg as well as a mid-on and a fine leg. That tells me I'm asking you to bowl straight. And then you excuse that one as a captain.
I think the captain will be happy that those balls, because he's looking to his middle stump, and if it goes a bit straight, it's there. But one thing I can say that we're going to see over the next 2 or 3 days is probably the likes of Dane Pete, Ernest Kim. They'll be controlling the side of the Willows End for long periods, and we'll see the seamers, because both team has really good spinners in Ernest having 40 wickets. Dane has taken enough test wickets to speak about. But as we mentioned, we'll see that change that you wanted to see happen earlier, see Posty run in and bowl quick.
I'm gonna make a bold prediction. I'm known for that, you know. We're sitting here and making a prediction. Probably in the final session of this day, there's going to be a man with a golden arm who's going to be chucked the ball, and his name is Seth Fleedemouse. I just feel this wicket will suit him. I think it's a touch on the slow side. He does bowl his off spin slower than Dane Pitt. He gives you the odd loose delivery. He gets plenty of revs on it. He gets a bit of dip, gets a bit of turn, and especially for the left-handers, he'll be a handful. So I'm just got a feeling he might break this final open in this final session of the day.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier in my stint here is that, as you mentioned, the golden arm, we've seen Sekekune leaving those from Malusi and Langa, and you've seen a change there. Ross Bose, 5th stump line. Sekekune looks to guide that one down to the vacant point and it's chopped on there.
Posty, you beauty, says every Knights fan across South Africa. Just a bit of extra pace. Was there a few words? Look at the amusement on the face of the Knights players. It seems as if Kabela Sekekune might have had something to say, maybe a little send-off underneath the breath of one of the Knights players, and Sekekune took exception to it. He's walking very, very slowly indeed back to the pavilion.
Captain must be saying there, what a change. Bringing on Ross Bose there, striking in his first ball.
Just that little bit of extra pace. You were talking about him leaving, and he was feeling very comfortable leaving Siboto and Langa as he's got time, you know, to watch it out of the hand. And, Mother Cricket is a different beast, you know. So often they say, take the score, add 2 wickets, and you know the exact standing in a match. So at 106 for 2, they were very, very comfortable. If another quick one falls here, at 106 for 4, at 2.5 to the over, now the run rate comes into it. Because if it was 106 for 4 or 3 after, let's say, 28, 29 overs, you'd still say Storm on top.
Yeah.
But at 106 for 3 into the 43rd, say the Knights are really hanging in there and coming back at the Storm.
Yeah, I think with the rate coming down that drastic from when you started commentating, I'm sure you were there at 3.8, 3.9s, and now in your second stint it's there at 2.5. But what I'm really looking forward now is the challenge between youth here.
Yeah.
When we speak about the experience, Dane Pitt, speak about the experience in Malusi Siboto. This is the rawest of raws in cricket. Just 19 and 20 years, one's dominated. Yusa Week, one scored his first class 100. So this is going to be a real battle between the what Cricket South Africa have in their pipelines.
And that's where, and we talk about it often, Aubrey, that's where Div 2, such a wonderful breeding ground as well, and I'll get back to that just now. Oh my word! My word! Take that, says Diabon Marais to Ross Bose. Dug in, an invitation gleefully accepted.
The one thing I can say now is the longer this kid's going to be around, if Diabon Marais bats more than 20 to 30 overs, that run rate will increase. because if you watched his first 100 and the runs he scored against SWD, they were always at 80, 90 strike rate. So when he comes in, the tempo of the game will lift, but it's going to be how well does the Knights adapt to bowling in the proper areas and not allowing him to score freely.
That's a better length from Ross Boast. Devon Murray really burst onto the scene as a schoolboy, man who gives it a fair old whack. But he's worked on his game and he's always improving. Here he is in first class level. I would well expect him to be playing white ball cricket at this level. Here he is in the red ball final of Division 2. Robbie, I want to get back and I want to hear your opinion on this because you're part of the system, you're part of the structure. Div 2's got such a big but specific role to play. We need the experienced players like yourself, the Pat Bottas of the world, and the older generation to really guide these youngsters through. But one would love to see some youngsters at this level really getting exposed and getting exposed early.
Yeah, that was, I think, what allowed myself and Pat, and if you go around the system and you just think about the guys that's our age and a bit older, we were allowed to play cricket early. We came onto the scene just after SA under 19. I do like the way Cricket South Africa is going about the promotion relegation. But what's happened now is like coaches will rather sign the older guys because of promotion relegation, and that's where I think Cricket South Africa is looking to remodel their system because of we've just lost a lot of cricketers between out of school and tertiary, and it will be interesting to see what tactics is going to happen next year because we've seen there Devon Murray back-to-back boundaries in that over. It's going to be interesting to see what tactics CSA has about Div 2. We know that Div 1 is going to be over 2 years, but it's going to be interesting to see how signings are going to happen in the new year for coaches.
Yeah, no. There was a stage in Div 2 cricket, beg your pardon, where exactly as you mentioned, it was felt that there's maybe too many experienced players around. Some squads have really found that brilliant balance. I think the Knights is one of them, where they've got the likes of Pat Botha, Jacques Steinman around the system, Malusi Siboto and Dane Pitt. But then you've got the Ruben Marias, the Rowan Haasbricks, the Ross Bose, Seth Friedemouse, and a couple more. There was a few schoolboys that played for the Knights Colt side just this last weekend. Prodigious talents around with nurseries like Great College, St Andrews, Fichard Park playing good cricket as well. Then you've got Kimberley just around the corner where a lot of talented youngsters come from as well.
Yeah, it's really going to be I think as we speak, CSA is probably having meetings this last couple of weeks as Langa comes a bit too straight and Boasty moves only one. They're going to have to come up with clear plans on how they're going to find a way because of cricketers not playing the quality and quantity that's expected from them, because you're only playing 5 first class, 6 first class games. So I know they're looking to implement double rounds next season, which will allow you maybe then to play almost 12 games, which is it's ideal for first class cricket, because if you go to the UK, guys are playing 20 first class games, 25 first class games a season, where our local system allows guys only to play 5, 6 in Div 1, 7 in Div 1. So it's definitely something CSA is looking to, and I hope that they make the right decision for cricket.
I haven't seen Tian van Vuren in the attack for a very long time. He must be licking his lips, or is he perhaps, and we don't want to even mention that, is he perhaps carrying a little niggle? Because we haven't seen him. How many overs has he bowled, Aubrey?
He's only bowled 6 overs. The one thing that's probably halted him back into the attack is that his economy rate was quite high there, and I think That's why Dane has gone to the likes of Siboto and Langa, which is guys that could control the run rate for him. But I think with the heat being around and the type of captain Dane Pitt is, he's probably thinking about, I'll give two of the guys that I felt could control the game for me 2 or 4 over spells, and then he's gone to Boast, and I'm sure it won't be long before we see Tian van Vieren coming around the wicket from Langa's end.
Talk about Murray as a really attacking player, and we've seen his intent. He's got a very solid defence as well, and I like the intent that he plays with him. I spoke to the youngsters earlier on as well. They so often mistake intent for slogging or for trying to score quickly. Intent is positive intent in everything you do, whether it's defence, whether it's attacking strokes. Love his setup. Yeah, Devon Murray. A little bit of a stifled appeal by the signal.
Yeah, I remember we spoke earlier about having good swings, and you can see the first ball that he faced to Boast. He has a nice clean swing. His hand swing back, and it makes good contact of the ball. Like I was telling John earlier, is about you got to have the ability of playing the ball under your eyes and playing the ball late in this format, and that's what Chris Brits has done well. He's played the ball under his eyes late, and it'll be interesting to see Devon Murray after about 30 balls how well he's going to hit the ball, because we've seen the ability he has in the first 2 boundaries he's had.
44 overs gone. The Eastern Storm 116 for 3. It's time for the players to take a well-deserved drinks break, and we'll be back with you just after that. Back after the drinks break, the afternoon session of day one of the final of the CSA Division 2 4-day series. The final, of course, being played over 5 days at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. Table topping Knights have already secured 15 points, and that race for promotion in the 26-27 domestic season in South Africa. Waldo Lategan and Mr. Shazy, our umpires, out there in the middle. Waldo Lategan played a lot of cricket here in Bloemfontein, attended the University of the Free State. Man originally out of the Garden Route Badgers area of the world. Lives in Pretoria these days, this Waldo Lategan. He was an attacking left-handed opening batsman.
Yeah, I remember playing SA Schools game with Waldo. Many moons ago, we played our SA school. Our Coke Week was in Johannesburg, so I had a privilege of playing SA Schools with Waldo.
He would have enjoyed those wickets, Aubrey.
Yeah.
He would have enjoyed the ball coming onto the bat.
Yeah, it was good. Like, it was good. It was a good tournament. I think Kaya Majola Week is a good stepping stone for young cricketers, I think. And we've seen last year, the Kaya Majola Week was in bloom. Good cricket, loads of hundreds. One thing we didn't see was loads of fifers. And that can to say the guys who prepared wickets in Bloemfontein, even though the rain was around, but I think the wickets were still good for schoolboys to dominate.
He's got a lot of time, Devon Murray. He's got a lot of time. It was so neatly played. Rising delivery from Ross Boast. And Boasty is a strong man. You talk about Bloemfontein in the Kaya Majola Week. We spoke to Morgan Pillay, the tournament director, on the Sunday after the tournament. He said it was one of the best Kaya Majola tournaments he's ever been involved in, logistically, facilities. Great College, St Andrews, the University of the Free State, and this self-same Mangaung Oval.
Yeah, and if that's coming from Hawks, he's been from the beginning of I think Kaya Majola. Before that was Nuffield Week, so I think when Kaya Majola started, he's been there. And for him to say something like that is probably the guys in Bloemfontein to take their hats off. And because I know there was the one day I did a bit of commentating as well, and there was rain overnight, and there was fields that weren't fit enough, and the guys in Bloemfontein, they really did well, and there was enough backup fields that there wasn't a lot of cricket missed.
The beauty of Bloemfontein for those watching, and I think you're 5 or 10 minutes away from everywhere in town, but there's plenty of facilities around.
Yeah, we've seen guys like if speaking of IPT's hockey was back to back hosted in Bloemfontein 2-3 years ago. Guys, it's easy to get here, and I think it's easier to get around in the province.
Yeah, just talking about Astros in Bloemfontein, I mean, you've got two Astros right next to each other at the University of the Free State. You've got an Astro at Grey College, St Andrews, Unisi, Oranje Macy School, Figat Park, Central, Jim Fisher, name them. The Astros are around.
Yeah, as Boasty comes up, Brits pulls up. I wonder what happened there. It must have been words from your guy at mid-wicket there. Always a competitive. In Brits' ears there.
I couldn't get him to keep quiet at home either. Perhaps that's why my youngster, JJ, talks without stopping. Often inquire from him and his mom whether they've got volume buttons that we can turn down.
Yeah.
Should see the looks I get.
I think it's good to see when you're doing all these sports around the country, just go home and reflect and listen from a different point of view.
You know, when you sort of talk for a living, the most flack you get is when you get home, because the last thing you feel like doing is talking.
Yeah.
You know, you'll know that as well tonight. It's a long day of cricket, this. Three guys bringing you all the commentary. Get home, maybe just want to sit and watch a bit of Criminal Minds or a series, but the wife hasn't spoken all day.
Yeah. Just staying at a computer the whole day. One thing I can say, us as cricketers are not good listeners. So when I get home and I don't look to pay my attention to detail to what they have to say, and then you could rather have stayed at work.
Yeah, that's the quickest you get into trouble, Aubrey Swanepoel, let me tell you that. End of another over, 45 overs gone, it's 118 for 3. It's like two boxers having just a sparring session in the first few rounds this, until the first big blows fall. And if you're an Eastern Storm supporter or the coach, you'll say 44, 25, Brits is on 20, somebody needs to kick on. Somebody needs to make 100 for us here to get to a 350 or a 400 and make it a really big statement first innings.
Yeah, 100%. I think frustrating for Jeff will be that all three his top three batters, Britsy still being in there, has gotten in. They've gotten past I think the first two faced more than 40 balls in. They were there longer than 20 minutes, so they probably felt they were in. And they probably just felt lack of confidence, and that's what cost them the wicket. And I think the way Britsy has approached his innings, he hasn't scored freely as he normally can, but he's absorbed the pressure.
I've got a question for you after this delivery. Langa into Murray. There's those two men on the leg side, close to each other. Speaking about young cricketers, Aubrey, in the state of South African cricket, what have you made of the SA under-19 crop and their performances not only in the World Cup but preceding that against Bangladesh and India and the likes?
Yeah, I think once again, I think the amount of cricket they played leading up to the tournament, played against India, watched some of those that series against India, and you could just see India played probably, I think, triple the amount of fixtures going to the World Cup. They're playing today in the final, and we kept finding ourselves at the 8 ball. They would have firing starts, they would have guys dominating. So our guys are just playing schoolboy cricket, and the guys in India, they are scoring hundreds at IPLs. If you watch guys that are playing in the UK, they are playing in the big competitions. And so it's good for our guys getting signed in the SA20, but they're not playing. So I just think the amount of cricket that our young boys are, is under 19, and the youth boys that after school are not. I know that we're in a remodeling stage in Cricket South Africa, but I think the quantity needs to be more, because there is talent. We've seen, I don't want to say that the model that South Africa had the last 5 years as the MOU didn't produce. We won the World Championship, so the model has produced us winning a trophy. As we're going into India, a new trophy. So when we win this trophy, it will be the same model of the previous, not the new MOU, which is the cricket crop that we have now is at the highest, I think, that Cricket South Africa has been in a long time. Just something off topic. If Cricket South Africa was in a low, we wouldn't see the likes of Quinton de Kock coming back to wanting to play international cricket. And I'm sure the list will go on. The Heinrich Claessens will soon feeling that there might be an opportunity to play international cricket again, because the cricket quality is growing. Look like Heinrich Nortje, he gave up his time with cricket and he fixed his action, fixed his back. He's back at the World Cup firing for South Africa, and that's always good when you see guys wanting to come back and play for the country.
Couldn't agree more. Come back to that after this delivery.
Yeah, and one thing I can say about Langa and Malusi, all they did was they've kept it simple there. And I know in the previous over, Langa's leaked that in Sikune got the cut outside Prithvi punching him for 4. But the one thing they did for long periods was they haven't left the stumps.
10 overs, 1 for 19. There's witness to that for Sitembile Langa. Sitembile, rather. And getting back to the SA under-19s, I couldn't agree with you more. I think where we struggle is we pick out of a school system. And even if it's a USA week, because we tend to forget the under-19 World Cups work on the European model, where if your birthday is after July, you can still play it in the year that you turn 20, which means a lot of second year students in South Africa is eligible to play on that side, and we don't often see them playing in a World Cup for South Africa. So I'll give you an example. He came good in the final game, Joey van Schalkwyk. He scored probably more schoolboy runs than any other player, and he has in fact played first class cricket for the Titans as well. But you selected him out of a school system, and a lot of those players, the sort of highest level they've played is school cricket.
Yeah, I think if you go through their team, you can probably count them maybe on our fingers, probably like 2 or 3 has played first class cricket.
Where you look at that Indian side, and forgive me for still doubting the fact that Suryavanshi is really 14, but you know, there's players at 17, 18, 19 years old that have played 30, 40, 50 first class cricket matches. They've played against superstars, they've played against the best, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah, definitely makes a big difference.
There was a season or two, Aubrey, and I really enjoyed that the South African under-19 side played in the white ball format. You know, we had the SA emerging side doing that, and then we had for a season the SA under-19s, but even in that SA emerging side there was a lot of the SA under-19 players. I think it was 2 seasons ago, as recent as that they played in the Div 2 white ball format.
So just coming on, I know you know on the we're going into white ball again. 50 overs has seen that the ESA emerging team playing in that competition. It will be interesting to see how they pick that team and who's going to be the coach of that team, because we need someone. The World Cup will be over 2 years' time again, under 19 World Cup. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to remodel the type of crop that they have to the next World Cup.
Yeah, if you're going to have 2 years to prepare, then perhaps they'll pick a young side again. But get them exposure in our country. Play them against first class sides. There's something different out of the Ross Bostand there. I just tailed in, he went full and straight. Good to see him thinking about that.
Yeah, I think he's definitely thinking about getting the ball to go up the slope there to young Diba Murray, and with him having a bit of a slingy action, he might have the ability to, if there's a bit of tail, to get the ball to reverse with the slingy action. Because when you listen to all those podcasts about Waka and how was him, they speak about having the sling in the action, and I think the way of using the crease will allow him to get the ball just to tail.
Tiaan van Vuuren does the fielding. I'm still waiting for him to get back into the attack. Doesn't seem to be carrying a limp or anything.
I think it's commentator's curse there.
Ah, here he comes. Here he comes. I think this is a big moment for Bloemfontein. I think he's been licking his lips, trying to resurrect his day. Don't think he bowled particularly well up front. Bowled 2 lengths, bowled 2 lines as well.
Change of plan.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, what are you doing? Says Tiaan van Vuuren. Siboto walking closer, Pete standing around. Van Vuuren not looking to go anywhere. Langa in the background, one of 4 choices.
Yeah, the Brain Trust is having a meeting just behind the umpire, but the captain takes off his hat there. Just coming to Tiaan, last week when they played the Rhinos, the game was all in the balance, and I think day 3 he rocked up in the morning, and I think he bowled really quick at the stumps, get the ball just to nip in and away, which he has that skill, and he picked up 5 wickets for them there. So it's quite frustrating, I think, for him, because he knows the ability he has in himself to maybe pull back his figures there and find a couple of sticks for them.
14 overs, 1 for 40. The return for Captain Dan Pitt. 37 test wickets, as we said earlier, 12 test matches. That's a very fine return for an off spinner.
Yeah, I think if you modern day cricket coach, because we play a lot of 2020 cricket and white ball cricket's predominant where the money is. They tend to not pick the off spinners. They're always leaning to the left arm spinner, and it's quite pleasing to see that the off spinners done this well.
There was some turn there. It's day one, afternoon session, not evening session. The straight's certainly going to turn as this game goes on.
Yeah, now I think he's also probably wondering, was it the right decision they made at the toss? Because it's going to be baking for the next 5 days. I don't think the temperature is going to change as Britzy goes down on one knee, and the Mangaung outfield is really electric.
I think that's really clever from the batter there. If you look at the field, he's got a short leg and he's also got a leg slip, so that tells him that's the line he's going to be bowling at. Now I agree, because now you see there's a fielder sort of at 45 and a man at leg slip, so he's giving himself a bit of cover for that shot, because if that's going to be the line, you need that man there, because otherwise it will happen time and time again, won't it?
Yeah, I think that the key here is the communication between Gian and Dane. I think this side the wicket is spinning a bit more quicker than when he came from the Willows end. So I think summing up having the right fielders in the right position will be key. And if the ball's kicking off the surface, it's going to go to short leg, and if it's slow spin, here's a chance. The guys are quick between the stumps there. Just coming back to your point about having the fielders, I think where spinners find a bit more purchase in the wicket, where the fielders will be is how he'll manipulate the length where he's going to be bowling. I think the one thing that I've seen with off spinners, on day one you want to be at the stumps because there's not a lot of footholds and stuff. Whereas we're going to go to day 2, 3, 4, you'll see the wider they'll start bowling because the footholds will be wider and it will kick more.
I love it when the pros explain things in a way we can all understand, because it just makes sense for Swanepoel.
Yeah, but for me it's actually interesting that he hasn't brought on the left arm seamer yet, any side, because I know the wicket is nice and hard, but you want to just have Tian running over the wicket and creating a bit of footholds, a bit of holes, a bit of indentation on a length there, and something could maybe kick more than what just naturally off the wicket.
And just adding to that fact is he'll know the main spin bowling threat from the Eastern Storm will come from Ernest Kemp. So it won't jeopardise his own batters by having Tian van Vuren bowling just a few extra overs. And here comes Tian van Vuren into the attack.
Yeah, and you see, if you look at the Eastern Storm's team, Similani bowls left arm spin as well. Ernest Kemp bowl left arm spin. So even if Tian just creates a bit of foothold on fifth stump, which Dane will, because he's played at the highest level, find that footholds more than normal. We just creating a bit of doubt in the batter's technique.
And what'll bring a smile to the face, and I can almost say bet your bottom dollar JP Trichard had this in his mind as well. 3 of the top 4 Knights batters are left-handers, and they'll be facing a lot of left-arm spinners, or a lot of left-arm spin overs. So in Tuta, Buata, Maria, they've got the perfect foil for that.
Yeah, as Tian comes around the wicket, and that's a great cricket shot there from Christopher Brits. It's always lovely to see on-driving white in red ball cricket. Good running there. It does look like there's a bit of tail from Tian. Started that one just outside off stump, and I think Britsy clipped that one off leg stump.
He's a former Grey High School pupil in Taberga, is Tian van Vuren, and his old school is touring here this weekend. playing Grey College and the Grey Derby. Wonder if he might have been a guest at a dinner or something last night for the first cricket team, spending some time with them.
Yeah, cricket season's just starting again at schoolboy level over in the new 2026 calendar. So probably handing out shirts to the new boys making their debut. I think he knows the head coach as well, and Corbin Dolly's been there. So and his dad's close to the school. So I don't take it from him. He's a lovely guy, and to having a team here, I think the one thing that you can see from the guys that's been at SA20 now, and when you speak, even in Div 1 cricket and Div 2 cricket, they're learning fast. Playing with international guys, you see how they work, how they train. So when you come back, you implement that, and guys see, oh, this guy's he's gone there. He see now, he tasted what it was there, and you sitting here and doing nothing, and the game's going to kick you out. So if you don't keep improving and keep working hard, and I think that's what Tian did. He came here from where he was at the Warriors, not playing every week. Here he came to Bloem. He's made Bloem a house now. He got picked in the SA20.
Played for South Africa as well. Done well for them. Picked up wickets, made runs.
Yeah, he did really well. 106 against New Zealand in Willamore Park.
Not a bad day at the office or weekend at the office. 106 for.
Yeah, I think Cricket South Africa, they have Marco there as a left arm seamer, but I think the amount of cricket the guys are playing at the moment, they're still looking for that same role that Marco does. He bats well, he bowls 130 plus, and I don't think Tian's far from that. He can bat. He's a very good cricketer, so I think he's not far off Shukri's eye line.
Play behind square on the offside for a single. Just the amount of time Diamond Murray has at the crease, still impressing. 12 of 25. Chris Britz, he's up the ante ever so slightly. He's 31 of 97. He was 16 of 80. Day 1 of day 5, of course, in this final.
Yes, I do understand the tactic that they have here. Tian coming around the wicket, getting the ball to maybe straighten off a length there, or coming back at him like that. Well kept out Britsy. But I still feel for a left-hander going across and getting the ball to swing back is probably the ideal dismissal for a left-hander.
You see Marco Jansen doing this often as well. And Jansen does have that very good off-cutter, which I'm sure Van Vieren bowls well as well. That's sometimes the reasoning, because if you know, but it does sometimes feel like you're searching for a magic ball when you're bowling around the wicket, the one that tails in and then straightens. You know, it sometimes feels to me you're asking a lot of yourself as a left-arm bowler, where once again over the wicket you've got that natural variation, because not everyone will swing back. You might try and swing everyone back. Some will just go across, and sometimes they're the danger ones.
Yeah, I think as a batter, if you've seen just one hold its line and one really goes off the wicket, that's when doubt starts creeping into batters, when to leave, when not to leave. And that's good batters will know where their off stump are. Some of the batters tend to wonder, and when their head's bubbling, where off stump is.
Is it Dikhale there under the helmet?
Yeah, Isaac at short leg. But just when you join comp and Divan at the crease, run rate was at 2.4s. And since he's been in there, we've seen shots. Like, I know he didn't go where he wanted to, but just the tempo's picked up. They was looking to hit that one over mid-off.
And he sort of transferred that onto Brits as well. Positive intent. He's looked a lot hungrier to score.
Yeah, but I think, like, when you just came on, you said this is what cricket's about, and this is like, you can see it doesn't look appetizingly easy for Britsy there just to come there, and he's fought hard, as you can see, 31 of 98. But the team needs this. The team needs someone to bat bulk of the overs. There's no need to have 350 or 100 overs. You can bat well into day 2 after tea. If you have someone batting in there, the team's in a good position. And I think the instruction from Jeff is there's more than enough time than what we used to playing in 4-day cricket.
Yeah, I think it's a big adaptation for both sides, because in the same breath the Knights might feel, oh, we slightly on top here. But they might well have been, had it been a 4-day game, and said, you know, Eastern Storm is behind the 8 ball here. But that extra day, extra 90 to 100 overs, that's the thing in a cricket match. Makes a massive, massive difference. Because as the 4-day game goes on, things happen quicker.
Yeah.
Wickets, the wicket is tougher to bat on, so batters start playing strokes to balls they wouldn't usually, because they want to score, because they know one might have their name on it, one might stay down, it might jump up a bit, so the game starts moving. So even if you take, like you say, a day and 3/4 to bat in your first innings in a 5-day final, then do it.
Yeah. I think also batting first, being put in to bat, and batting really well puts the fielding team under pressure.
Van Vuren, can he be the hero for the Knights? There's an edge dropped! Dropped by Gian Tuta behind the stumps. Massive, massive moment. Diaman Murray swings and swings hard, and Kluter takes those in his sleep normally.
Yeah, I must say, coach's nightmare seeing your keeper put that down, and that's probably he's just getting it to tail. I think what did Divan there was the previous over, same length ball came back, same ball left him there. He survives. He's gotta make them punish now.
It's tailing, yeah, for Van Vuren, it's tailing. My word, that was a big moment. It was a dolly, and in keeping terms it was a dolly, in all fairness. And he's kept so well this season as Gian Kluter. It's a part of his game that's really come on in leaps and bounds. Started off as a batter that could keep wicket, but he's a lot better than that these days.
Yeah, I think that's his coach killer. That definitely not one to look back at that video clip of what happened there. I'm sure, like you mentioned, he would have taken that in his sleep.
Been in that position, Aubrey. Spent my whole career behind the stumps. Get those moments. Oh, Friday afternoon, fun in the sun, fun in the shade. The sun is very dangerous at this stage. The last couple of weeks in Bloem.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good place to sit. Cool box.
Yeah.
Lots of ice.
Friday afternoon. But just coming back to, I think that we spoke about what Tian is capable of doing, it, and he just showed us there creating that chance. Unlucky for the Knights there.
Ruben Maria in consultation with his captain Dane Pitt. I think he's still pinching himself as Ruben Maria. Here he is in the Div 2 final. Matriculated at Grey College.
Definitely might be heat factor creeping in here, because definitely the temperature has picked up after lunch.
I have for the last 35 minutes thought about not a lot else than my swimming pool, to be honest. I know we're at the cricket, but it's just for the noise. We've closed the door here in the comm box, and it's got a lot of sauna in it currently, the feeling.
Yeah. Temperatures definitely picked up.
The windows are open.
Guy watching cricket without any shirts on.
Yeah, no. Good idea, also in the shade. Too high. I have to admit, Aubrey, if I was built like those two gentlemen, I wouldn't be wearing a shirt often anyway.
Yeah.
But that was too high. Tian van Vuren, end of a good over. Unlucky. One run off it. As we have a change in commentary, and John Harmer will join me. Aubrey Swanepoel will take a break. He's got the fatties out already. He didn't want to come to work today dressed in jeans and long shirts. Setting a good example, as is John Harmer. 133 for 3 after 51, all the threes.
Thank you, Spit. As Dane Pitt continues from the Loch Logan end, lots happened in the commentary box.
A lot's happened without that much happening. It's dropped catch. Oh, there was a half a chance. Devon Murray living a bit of a charmed life at this stage. He's 14 of 35.
Just get a feeling that the game's coming alive at this point, and there's a possibility of anything.
I think Murray is figuring out in his mind how he wants to play this. He's an attacking player at heart. They're just being bogged down here. He's unsure. He's unsure.
And all credit to Chris Brits. It's not been the easiest of innings out there, but one thing he has been able to do is kept his composure. He hasn't tried to score big. He's just made sure he's there. And he's not scored well, but he still has the opportunity to score. He's ticked on now nicely, as you said, with Murray coming into the middle. He's found a bit more his groove. He's scoring a bit more easily. And the fact of the matter is, this one's just beating a slip. It's going to run away. They're going to get 2 runs here. But the fact of the matter is, it's only still 3 wickets down. He's still there for this side.
Very important.
And that's the key thing.
They're only going at 2.6, but they don't need to go much faster than that. It's about being 3 down after more than 50 overs, 52 to be exact.
It's that mental fortitude, if you would, to know it's a difficult time in the world. You're frustrated. Obviously, you would love to score more easily, but he's still there. And we spoke about briefly that mental shift from a 4-day to a 5-day match, and how crucial that mental shift would be to just stick in.
This is going to be a very good battle now. Tian van Vuuren and Chris Brits. Vuuren getting the ball to shape from around the wicket. The ball to the runner. That's well left.
I can only imagine that Tian van Vuuren will be searching this over, having that drop catch in the previous over.
Yeah, I'd be licking his wounds a little bit, Tian van Vuuren. And previous over, definitely his best of the day thus far. Played off the stumps by Brits, square on the leg side. Fielding done by Ruben Maria, but it's a couple added. Taking on the wicket keeping arm of Maria. You to take a little stroll outside in your break. How's the sun treating the men outside?
No, it's hot. It is hot. But there's a slight breeze here in Bloemfontein this afternoon. Didn't have a breeze this morning.
Oh, well bowled. Nicely taken round the stumps by Klute as well. All just dying on him.
But I would like to go back to that conversation you were having with Aubrey regarding the under-19s and the current situation, and there's a lot of opinions flying around currently of what should be done, what must have been done, and what's the way forward. And just after this delivery, share. Quick single again. They've been running well today. Eastern Storm, good communication. I had the privilege of being commentating the Kai Majola Challenge last year in Bloemfontein in December. It was my first time out, experiencing the tournament as is, and we saw some superb cricket skill sets from the guys. But we were discussing as a group, Eugene, Dom, and I, that there was sometimes we just felt that, as you said, there was these schoolboy errors coming across that just weren't necessary. And what I mean by that, ladies and gentlemen, it's not that these guys we're talking about decision making. We were looking at, especially at bowlers and the fielding placements they were having, very questionable at times, not having a third man in the power play, and you just get a sense that they were waiting for permission to do their thing. And what I would have loved, and what I think what we're proposing here, playing first class cricket, is having them get out of their shells and exploring their game styles. Where a lot of it felt, the games that we were commentating, that the guys didn't have time to really think and explore what they were and what they wanted to do.
Now on the tails back at the right hand, yes, I agree with you, John. I do think it's not by any fault of Cricket South Africa.
No.
It's just the way the structure is at this stage. There's not a lot of 17 and 18-year-olds in South Africa playing first-class cricket. And you cannot force somebody into a side because you're going to be playing for South Africa under 19. I think the solution to that might be, as we mentioned, the emerging side and maybe even two sides, and a South African emerging side and a South African under 19 side, or an under 18 side if you're preparing for a World Cup, which will be the next year or the year after, playing in a white ball format in this Division 2. That's the one sort of train of thought.
The other thing that I saw and that you have to remind yourself of is that, when these guys get selected for a week like that, most of them have been competing against each other or haven't really played together as a squad. And, there's always a bit of nerves of expressing yourself in what you would describe as sometimes a foreign situation or foreign team setup, foreign dugout, to really get yourself, where you are comfortable at.
I think just have a look at that one. As South Africans, we're accustomed to being on par or better than the rest of the world, whether it be rugby, whether it be cricket. There's so many other sports that you can take as an example. There's some turn now. There's some turn for Dane Pitt, yeah. So it's tough for us to watch a sports side struggling. Like the SA under 19s did. It's not easy to stomach, and it shouldn't be. We set high standards. Yeah, big shot. Finger is up. Diamond Murray, no, in fact, Chris Brits falls to one that turns sharply from outside the off stump. And that was a change in the line for Dane Pitt. It's a lovely moment for the night. But there's a couple of men in that huddle that realise this is day one, and it's turning that sharply and that quickly from the Loch Logan end. So a long vigil of 109 deliveries for Chris Brits comes to an end.
Chris Brits, who's been there for a while, he's had to fight. He's getting along nicely in this last couple of overs, but we have seen the skipper, Dane Pitt, has been superb today, leading his side. And today he's reaped the reward of this wicket. As Spoot just said, the wicket is turning more than you would usually expect here on day one at the Mangaung Oval. Not always known for being a turning track, generally known for being a good batting surface. seaming surface, but on this occasion it has turned, it has found the slightest of edges, I believe. Well, excuse me, LBW. It was an LBW appeal that got him. There were 2 appeals at the time. But that is the loss of the 4th wicket here for the Eastern Storm. Just having a look, and it does look as if Grant Thompson has made his way to the middle. Yeah, in the second session of day 1. He's out there with Devon Murray, 16 from 42. Big job here still on day 1. A lot of cricket still to be played here. 37 overs. Dane Pitt finishes off his 18th over. It's a wicket maiden. Exactly what the Flexbrand Knights would have wanted. It's 54 overs gone, 38 for the loss of 4. We see Tiaan van Vuuren getting ready for his next over from the Willows End.
There's a bit of an opening here now for the Knights, but, and I say but, Grant Thompson, one of the more experienced first-class cricketers in South Africa, a man that has sort of already started coaching a bit as well. He is a real mainstay of the side. Vuuren's batting nicely. Thompson has played 107 first-class matches. The average is 40. And a strike rate of 57. He's made 1,434 half-centuries. Batting at number 6. He is a big wicket in this final for the Knights.
That's quite a record there, Split. Average of 40, batting 6.
He's played for the Lions, he's played for the Titans. Yeah, Van Vuuren's got on a string here now. He's good with the older ball, very good. Very skillful. Man from Grey High School, Quebec. As we said, their first side, playing their brother school, Grey College, in a 2-day match. Something you don't see often at schoolboy level in South Africa, and it's great to see. Great college. Batting first, they're about 170 odd for 4. So where does Murray go now, John? What does he do from here?
It's a brilliant question. I think the first thing is collect yourself. We've seen him a bit all over the show with his shot selection. Doesn't know if he wants to be attacking, if he wants to defend, does he want to leave. I think Ron Thompson would do well to bring his experience to the middle, and even though he's only been there for one delivery, say, listen, this is the course we're setting with this innings.
Yeah, but Tiaan van Vuuren is doing a good job here of making Devon Murray's mind up for him. She's not giving him anything to attack. He's really bowling it at him, moving the ball through the air, back to the right-handed Diaman Murray. "71 wickets for Van Vuuren in 26 first-class games.
And he'll be looking to get on that wicket tally in this innings. That's the end of his 10th over. He's recovered well since his first spell. He's conceded the 39 runs. It's the end of the 55th over in this innings. Eastern Storm find themselves at 138 for the loss of 4.
Played for South Africa earlier this year, did Tiaan van Vuuren. Oh, this is a battle to savour. Experience versus experience. Dane Pitt up against Grant Thompson. Works that one to mid-wicket. 37 years and 325 days young, Grant Thompson. This is good. This is very good, John, from Dan Pitt, because he's got the right field for the line he's bowling. And then every now and then he'll just pitch one a little further outside the off stump and really look to tweak it. Case in point.
I've thoroughly enjoyed today the bowling display from the skipper here. He's taken initiative. He saw that his team was in a spot of bother after the first 2 overs, brought himself in, tried to mitigate the damage, and he slowly but surely has applied the pressure. And the Flexbrand Knights have really done well to get themselves in this position where you would still say it's evenly poised. It's still very early to call in this 5-day match series.
Yeah, another wicket here. And the Knights will look to take control. Govender Rasamene next in. 139 for 4. If that becomes 150, 155 for 6, then you know the Knights have wrested control.
Just by the way he's been bowling today, when you looked at the earlier spells of the Siemens, you really saw that it was a batting service. It looked very comfortable out there. There wasn't much on offer. As you see a couple of people coming in.
They're all selecting the shaded areas, John. They're all selecting that shade, and why wouldn't they come in? If you're in and around Bloemfontein or the greater Mangaung metro, make your way down to the Mangaung Oval. It's absolutely 100% free to enter. Bring the kids, spend some fun in the sun.
Just back to that point, we've seen a bit of purchase from Dane Pitt today, and as you said, it's not a point of concern, but we were expecting to spin a bit later in this test match.
Neatly played by Thompson. Gets himself to the other end. Battle between Van Vuuren and Murray to continue. Ten overs. None for 40. For Van Vuuren. Oh, there's the other one, the one that he looks to take away. Too wide. Mentioned that Grey College and Grey High derby played over 2 days. Grey College 183 for 4. Van Vuuren will be interested in that as well. Oh, he goes to the ground. He's really putting in effort here, John.
No, you could see his intensity from coming back from his first spell. He has a point to prove. He was not happy with the way things had gone. He had that opportunity, got dropped behind the wickets. Still looking for that first wicket, and as you can see, he's giving everything he can at this moment, Tian van Vuuren.
Oh, he beats him outside the off stump. This is good stuff from Tian van Vuuren. Murray in two minds. Do I attack? Do I defend? Am I good enough to defend? That's what's going through his mind. Do I need to back myself to attack? Because am I good enough to withstand this onslaught from Tian van Vuuren by defending?
And that's exactly the type of questions Tian van Vuuren wants him to be asking himself. He wants to create doubt.
That's good. That's good from Ruben Maria. Just in front of square on the leg side, preventing Maria getting off strike, because Tian van Vuuren is busy lining him up here. The more he bowls at him, the easier it becomes for Tian van Vuuren. Oh, that's good. That is so good. Well dug out by Devon Murray eventually. Just talking about cricket from other parts of South Africa, the game we just talked about is just down the road at Grey College, but in the Under-19 World Cup final, a mere 411 for 9 India posted. And the 14-year-old or 15-year-old by now, not 100% sure, Wunderkid Suryavanshi made an absolutely mammoth score in that innings of India. I'll give you the exact numbers in a little while. India or England in reply is 41 for the loss of 1. Vaibhav Suryavanshi made 175 of 80 deliveries. Bichale thought there was a bit of a chance there. Strike rate of 218, not a bad Under-19 World Cup final for Vaibhav Suryavanshi. "14 years and 316 days, not yet 15. He's got another couple of World Cups to go. Might well be playing for India by the time the next Under-19 World Cup comes along.
I mean, if you boil it down, the whole purpose of the Under-19 World Cup and these events is to showcase talent and who puts their hand up for the national side. And I mean, this young man has definitely done so on the biggest stage in his young career.
He's made an IPL 100, of course, as well, for the Rajasthan Royals against Gujarat Titans. Time for a drinks break. It's 141. Was it 140? Yeah, it's 141 for the loss of 4 after 58 overs. Devon Murray, 16 not out of 56, and he's been joined recently by Grant Thompson, who's 3 of 10. A massive, massive rest of the afternoon lies ahead. timing slightly wrong on our side. It is, in fact, the tea break on day one of the CSA 4-day series in Division 2 final, but it is, of course, a 5-day final. The Eastern Storm, 141 for the loss of 4 after 58 overs. Dan Pitt, 20 overs, 2 for 50, and Ross Boast and Sitambile Langa, each picking up a wicket. For the Storm, it's a question of who's going to kick on. Yuri Snyman, 44 of 64. Brits made 34 and 110 balls stay, and Ernest Kemp was patient as usual with 25 of 69 deliveries. When we rejoin after tea, it'll be John Harmer and Aubrey Swanepoel bringing you the action.
Welcome back here to the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, the City of Roses, for this final of the 4-day series in South Africa. It's a 5-day match between the Flexbrand Knights and the Eastern Storm. The news from the middle, from the beginning of this match: the skipper of the Flexbrand Knights won the toss, Dane Pitt, and elected to bowl first. It was an interesting decision at the time. Beginning of play, there wasn't much more for the seamers, and the Eastern Storm came out firing in the likes of Snyman and Kim. They had a good partnership up front, and after Snyman's departure, slowly but surely, the Flexbrand Knights was just restricting the runs, getting more dots, and as we currently sit, they are 141 for 4 after 58 overs. I'm joined in commentary with Aubrey Swanepoel. Your thoughts on the first day in this final?
Yeah, good to be back here, John. I think we spoke about this morning about how things fastly will happen, and I think Eastern Storm played really well, and it's just unlucky they're losing Brits. I think just like same like Ernest, they lost him at the wrong time, 2 or 3 overs just before the interval. But as we move into the last session of the day, it's going to be, I think, brave cricket from the Knights here, because they're going to look to get the last 6 wickets that they need. As we see Malusi Saboto starting from the Willow's End. Captain's probably going to continue from that side, but I just think the Knights are going to probably control the run rate and play brave cricket, look to put Eastern Storm under pressure.
I'm definitely agreeing with you there. We saw in that second session, the Flexbrand Knights really found their rhythm in their bowling, hitting their areas and really keeping the Eastern Storm quiet. This one off the bat, a bit fuller, driven past extra cover, and they come through for a single. Grant Thompson there in the middle, just before the interval. Sput was reading a bit of his statistics, and what an impressive record he has. 37 years young, averaging 40 in first class cricket, batting here at 6. I mean, that's quite a batsman to have in your arsenal there, Aubrey.
Yeah, I think it's any coach's dream, having Grant coming there at number 6. Played over 100 first class games, like you mentioned, averaging 40, and he's not bad with the ball. He can break big partnerships for you. So he's actually that 4-in-1 cricketer. He bats, he bowls, fields in the slips, and he's a good leader. I think that's what any coach would want to pick from, a 4-in-1 cricketer who bats, bowls, fields, and have the ability of leading the team. You've seen Grant Thompson captaining the Titans for years, and then went to the Heat, went back to Easterns now, and I think he's played a vital role for Devon Murray in just his calmness at the crease and allowing Devon to play the type of cricket that we all seen and know he can play.
Just looking at their situation here, entering the third session, you just lost a wicket. There's no one else you want coming to the middle than the experienced campaigner.
Yeah, I think in Grant's sake, he knows that the team has to bat around him now. He's actually the anchor, because if you look at the batters to come there, Govender is still a schoolboy. I think played Coke last year. And then you have Rasameni, no Mark, Jesse. And then not a lot of batting to follow, if I may mention, what they're coming to experience. The guys all can bat. Till Similani getting 50 against the Rhinos a couple of weeks ago. So they bat until 11. But I just think the ability to score big runs is all on his shoulders. And I think he did it.
As you see, Malusi Subutu continuing where he left off is been on the money. Only conceding 16 runs here in his 11th over. And I think when you're entering a 5-day match, I think when you're batting first, the first tick you want to have against your name is you batted out the day. Irregardless of the score, but you want to get through the first day and make sure you're there for the second.
Yeah, I think losing the toss earnest and then sent him to bat and then batting the whole day will probably be a nice tick in their books. Just getting through the day, batting all the overs, which any captain would want, any coach would want. But the most important thing is that what they can take from there is that the Knights bowlers, they've all bowled more than 4-5 over spells. They're still 31 overs into the day. So besides Dane Pitt bowling bulk of the overs, all 4 Dane seamers will have to bowl 3 or 4 spells. So that means going into the second innings, their bowlers have had a lot of work on their feet, and it's going to be the likes of Dane to step up in the second innings for a guy. He's a really good spinner, so it's going to be interesting to see how he manages his seams.
And he has led from the front here today, Dane Pitt for the Flexbrand Knights. He's picked up 2 valuable wickets, only conceding 50 runs from his 20 he's bowled.
Yeah, if you look at the line that he's bowled since Grant has stepped to the wicket, he's bowled very straight lines because Grant's a very good back foot player, he hits cover well, so that's why his line and how he's setting up, caught short leg maybe, or maybe caught mid wicket, his line's gone a lot straighter and he's looking to invite him to drive. Fine spin there. You see the wicket, how he set up Brits, got one to spin from outside off. I think same tactic will apply here to Grant. He's going to go straight and slow to him, and then he's going to give the one outside off and invite the drive.
So entering this last session of the day, Knights would be thinking, we've done well. We brought it back from in the beginning where it was getting a bit out of hand for a second. We got 4 wickets on the board. We'd require 6 more. They would love to pick up a couple more here in the final session. They would love to get another 2, 3, finish off the tail early in the morning, or in best case scenario, bowl everyone out in the session if they could.
Yeah. So it's just looking how the day has progressed from where we started. I think picking up 3 wickets in the first session, 2 in the first session, 2 in the second innings, in the second session. So it's going to be quite important that I think Eastern Storms just absorb the pressure after tea here and not lose wickets in clusters. But the one thing that frustrates I think the Eastern Storms coach is like, if you look at the scoreboard, 44, 25, 34, and everybody in his top 4 or 5 has gotten starts, and he hasn't seen anybody capitalize on a big score there. And you probably, the chat they had at tea is probably the 2 of them need to dig deep and take the team into a good position.
Lucy Sabato continuing from the Willows end. Starts off with a shorter one, and Grant Thompson happy to leave that one, see it through to Gian Kluter, the keeper. And from the Eastern Storm's perspective, they've had a good start to this innings. They got a bit bogged down in the second session. They would love to finish the day strong with still 4 wickets in hand. Well, still 4 wickets just down.
Yeah, I think just before my stint here, you spoke about how good Grant Thompson's stats is, and I think for their sake and for the team's sake, they'll need Grant to that bulk of the 30 overs that's left in the day. Yeah, once again, I think since after lunch, we've seen that rate stay there, 2.4 dropping to 2.3. When Divan came in, there was a bit of emphasis to his innings, but once the drop chance went, he's got back into his box and the run rates decreased. And I just think with the run rate decreasing, it's always keeping the Knights in the game because the game's not running away from them. That's always a good trait when you see Grant play and hitting the ball under his eyes with the backward point back. It just means that he's playing the ball nice and late and he's hitting the ball under his eyes. Where if you watch Divan just hitting the ball a little in front of him, and I'm sure that they do have proper communications every over because he knows how important this partnership is.
This one struck firmly. Good stop there, cover region. And we're looking at it's still the first day, and we can start asking a question. What would be a competitive score here at the Mangaung Oval? We know it's generally more high-scoring type wicket. For a 5-day match, it's a bit of uncharted territory. What would be a competitive score here?
Yeah, I think firstly the Knights have assessed the wicket once they arrived at this morning. They thought that there's a bit of moisture in the wicket, but the wicket's gonna probably get better over the next 2 days. But I just think it's gonna be interesting to see the team batting last on this wicket because we've seen with Britsy's dismissal there is a bit spin, and I think the longer we're gonna be on the wicket, the more the spin will get there. The type of spinners on show here is world-class spinners. Ernest taking over 40 wickets in this competition. Dane has played international, 37 wickets. He's taken the season 25 wickets now for the 2 that he picked up today. So it's going to be interesting to see the team batting last on this wicket. Just looking at it, the type of bowling Dale and Dane is really international standard. They go a foot wider for Divan than he's bowling up for Grant Thompson. He's just inviting the ball outside the eye line of Divan Murray, inviting him for that lofted shot there. And the line that he's bowling here for Divan is actually nice and attacking.
I like the aggressive approach he's taken to his bowling today. He's not made it easy at any point during this spell, not allowing them to settle.
Yeah, but I just think Divan just come off the tee now, danger periods. They lost the wicket like 10 minutes just before the tea interval. So they should know that there's danger periods now. 10 minutes after tea, 10 minutes before tea. So any pressure that is from the bowlers end now is absorbed. I'm sure the longer he spends at the wicket, the easier it's going to get. There's about 19 overs to the new ball. It will be interesting to see which way the game will flow after 19 overs.
End of the 62nd over. Eastern Storm find themselves 145 for the loss of 4. As you see the shade area just beginning to grow as the sun's starting to set. This match is live it's free for anyone in Bloemfontein to come attend. You're more than welcome just to pick up your stuff and come and enjoy the cricket with us.
Yeah, it's Malusi. Continues from the Willows End.
So at this point, if the Eastern Storm can end off their day without losing a wicket, I think that would be a massive psychological win for them.
Yeah, if we do the calculations in our head here, batting at about 2-3 runs and over, that will give him 20, will give him just over 70 runs, and that will put them in a good position there. And I think just making sure that, like you mentioned, they don't want to lose wickets in clusters, and they just want to have a partnership and one of the top 6 maybe to get to that 50 mark and then be able to get to the 100 mark. Nice late cut there. And the partnership's still young, only 8 runs there. So for the Eastern Storm sake, they'll need this partnership to grow just more than what all the other partnerships before this. Because there was every time someone got in, the partnerships just started to look pretty, and then that wicket would come. So I think that also cost Eastern Storm a bit more emphasis to the innings.
Malusi Siboto on his knees appealing to the umpire, being fully convinced that was going to strike the wickets. No, and there's a disdain. Cannot believe it, but we do put our trust in these umpires and their decision making.
I think that, just looking at Malusi's reaction there, that must be really close. Either just missing, or in his opinion, I think that's hitting all 3 stumps by the reaction he's giving us.
Stumps were flying, Aubrey. Well left by the veteran Grant Thompson. And just see what it means to this Flexbrand Knights and Siboto. He's been looking for that wicket now for almost 13 overs. They're hungry for those wickets.
Yeah, definitely doesn't look happy with that decision. It's gone back-to-back short balls here. I think frustrating about the decision there that not gone his way.
But interestingly, it's the first time that Grant Thompson actually implied to the pull shot. He's been leaving it, and this he actually got into a rather awkward decision with that shot there for a second. Nothing of it. It's the end of the 63rd over. Eastern Storm, 147 for the loss of 4. It's Dane Pitt, the skipper, to continue from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, he's coming around the wicket here. Interesting tactic, vacant point. I wonder if exuberant of youth here before the reverse sweep's coming out. Eats that one down the ground.
Some football skills.
Yeah, guys practice hard in the morning with football skill. We've seen both teams do football this morning. So it was not if that injures your prime spinner, you won't be happy as a coach there. Ankle. So not good cricket awareness, but good football skills.
coached a Afrikaans cricket team, and the worst thing you could do in the morning is give them a football and try to play soccer. You
Yeah.
are so scared of ankles flying and breaking on that occasion.
I'm sure you should have known that they'd probably prefer rugby.
Yeah, so we gave them a frisbee or rugby ball, but just keep the football away.
Yeah, this is a good spell here from the two veterans in the Flexbrand Knights team. Malusi building pressure, Dane's bold.
And this is slightest of tickles on the onside, and that's going to run away for a boundary. And my oh my, it's been building up. There's two men close on the leg side.
Yeah, that must have been really close to Ruan Haasbroek there. I'm surprised like he didn't make an effort to dive at that one. The helmet's come off. And that's the 150 for the Eastern Storm. 151 for 4.
Oh, an appeal. Dane Pitt, as convinced as ever, going for the sweep shot on this occasion.
Definitely a lot of oohs and ahs here after team. Malusi's had a big shout. Dane had one just to the right of Haasbroek, leg slip. And then Randy's over, he's had a big LBW shout there. Feels just maybe pitching outside leg, and or maybe not pitching in line is probably the correct answer, I think.
If it had been out and Grant Thompson had to depart, it would have been, I think, mightily awkward, because he just got the boundary and now he's going for an uncharacteristic shot in this time in the innings. Oh, excuse me, Duan Murray. It would have been a big wicket for the Flexbrand Knights. They've been searching for it.
Yeah,
Two big appeals in the last 2 overs.
yeah, he's moved on to 19 there, Devon Murray. As the battle continues now, D point comes in. Malusi to Grant Thompson. I think the oldest guy in the Knights team bowling to the oldest guy in the Eastern team. Good battle here, and I think not one of them will want to throw in the towel. They're that type of cricketers wanting to fight, and I think they both have the ability to accomplish greater things for their teams. And I don't think they're going to give it in easily.
No,
Because,
not at all.
We've seen Malusi bowled 14 overs, only 19 runs, so he's bowling really well. And Grant's looking to apply himself nicely at the wicket.
There's one thing I picked up with my conversation with Malusi Suboto flying back from Johannesburg earlier this week is, as a veteran, he does take it personally. He wants to be the spearhead, he wants to be the one who makes the difference, who leads from the front. And we've seen today he's given a valiant effort in his bowling. He's been bowling good line and length, but he's looking for that first wicket.
Yeah, just off, sorry John, off topic now. Remember his first over went for 10 runs.
Yeah.
So that means his next 13 overs, you
9
can do it now.
runs.
Only went for 9 runs.
That's a superb comeback.
He's bowled only on the stumps. Here and there he's bowled in a couple of bumpers, but he's definitely tested the batter's technique more than any of the other bowlers in the Flexbrand Knights team.
Oh, and there it is. There it is. The edge is taken. It's taken by seconds. A brilliant catch. And Malusi Suboto gets his man. Battle of the ages. Grant Thompson has to depart. What an incredible delivery. It has been coming.
Yeah, like I mentioned to you, Malusi has that fighting ability, and we've seen he's kept the bowlers kept bowling the same ball for long periods, and finally the rewards is paid for him, as he's seen the departure of Grant Thompson for 7 runs.
What a beautiful wicket there, Aubrey. Seeing how at this stage of the innings, 64 overs all the ball, finding the outside edge. He's been asking these questions for the last 7 overs in this third session of this first day. And this time around, it's the first real opportunity. Well, excuse me, there was a drop catch from Gian Kluter early on this day, but it's gone to hand. Brilliant catch. And that's a much needed wicket here for the Flexbrand Knights. The Eastern Storm 151 for the loss of 5. And that does bring Jaden Govender to the middle, the youngster. He's only got 1 match under his belt, but he's got a big job to do here for his side in this final. There's still a lot of cricket to be played here on this day. There's an allocated 26 overs left after this one. But Malusi Soboto, he's got his man, and he's going to be bowling now to the youngster.
Yeah, like I mentioned to you, Lucius has that knack of picking up big wickets for his team, and that was a very big wicket there, the wicket of Grant Thompson. But I must say, the guys at the back, great catch there from Duan Asbrook. Just once again, nice and simple, hitting off stump. I don't think Malusi has once overpitched here today, besides in his first over, and that's got punished by Yuri Snyman. But once he came back, and his third and fourth spell has been, every ball has been the money ball.
It's definitely been from the top draw here. And that concludes the 65th over, the end of Malusi Soboto's 14th over. It's a maiden wicket over, and exactly what he wanted. It's brought in the new man, Jaden Govender. And as we hit the mark of 25 overs left in this day, the Eastern Storm find themselves 151 for 5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Divan plays now that Grant's not with him there. He has a young boy, both young batters at the crease. It's going to be important that Divan keeps him nice and calm. It's going to be interesting to see the two of them also, how they're going to play Dane. He ducks that one into the vacant square leg for 1. This is going to be interesting. Young boy, first season of first class cricket, facing one of South Africa's better finger spinners in the country. So it's going to be interesting to see how the young boy matches up to Dane Pitt here.
If I was the skipper, Dane Pitt, there's no way I'm handing the ball to anyone else at this point. I want to be bowling. And straight off he comes, attacking the wickets. It goes down leg, and does look, it's going to race away, it's going to beat the fielder, and that's been signalled as leg byes, 4 leg byes.
Yeah. Not the ideal start there from Dane Pitt, giving the young boy not his runs but team runs, and that's just like momentum for their partnership. Starting a bit straighter than what he's bowled to the other guys. Excuse me. I must say that he does look pretty on the eye. We've seen him face a couple of balls of Malusi, and he does look like someone that knows what he does with the bat. So it's going to be interesting just to see how he's going to be playing the next, let's say, 5 or 6 overs from the 2 veterans in the Knights team.
Oh, and there's a big appeal, a big inside edge, and it's flown to leg slip, and what a catch. What a catch to the part. It moved sharply.
Yeah, that's 2 in 2 for Ruan Haasbroek. 1 behind the slips of Malusi Sabota's bowling. And what a great catch there from Ruan of Dane Pitt's bowling. That's never easy. He doesn't have any view of the ball.
No view of the ball. It looked as if it's going to the offside. It's found a thick inside edge. It flew past towards him, and he's made a brilliant reaction catch. And that's exactly what the Flexbrand Knights would have wanted here in the 3rd session of the first day. That's the 6th wicket down. The Eastern Storm, 156 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, not ideal start here after tea as Andrew Rossabeni joins. Divan Murray at the crease. Ball's definitely spinning more than what we've seen all day. But great bowling there from the captain, inviting the drive inside edge. And we've seen the departure of the young Jaden Govender for not troubling the scorers.
Last 2 catches from the top draw. Truly something magical. Haasbroek, that first one off Saboto, diving to his left hand side, full stretch to remove Grant Thompson, the veteran. And now here, Dane Pitt's over, taking a very good reactive catch. It's exactly what the Flexbrand Knights needed, and they would feel that has put them in the commanding seat thus far in this 5-day match series.
Yeah, I think that's 2 big wickets in the context of the game, finding himself at 156 for 6, where they were just before tea 142 for 3, and they've lost 3 big wickets now. So just looking at the field, they're wanting to spread the field, wanting to bowl to the new batter. Happy to give him one.
But as we've mentioned during the course of this day, that our suspicion is as this match progresses and as the days continue to pass, it's not going to get easier to bat out there.
I definitely feel that the wicket is there is something for the seamers and there's something for the spinners. So it's gonna be interesting to see once both teams have a chance to bat on this wicket.
You never know until both sides have batted. 156 might be falling short. Well, on another day, it might be a mountain to climb.
Yeah, 100. I think the thing they have four wickets in the bank. They need to stay calm here and just play the scenario which is in front of them and not think too far ahead of themselves. Survive Malusi and survive Dane Pitt's spell, and then they can take it from there. The worry factors for the Eastern Storm team is that the new ball's about 13 overs away. But once again, we've seen that the Knights didn't bowl well with the new ball. So the question will be, will they be going to the new ball?
Just off the top of my head, I would think Dion van Vuren would have another crack with a new ball. Have a redemptive spell there at the very end of this day.
Yeah, I must say his second spell there with the ball creating the chance that went down was good. So I definitely want to see him maybe have one more go with the older ball and see if he can get a bit more reverse than what he got in his second spell before they just go to the new ball. Because if they go to the new ball and Marais still in, he might just counter punch and he might leak runs.
All the type of decisions Dane Pitt has to make out there, the skipper of the Flexbrand Knights. Who's he going to turn to?
Yeah, the two of them have a long spell here between Malusi and Dane Pitt. So it's going to be interesting to see when the change comes from which end it will come as well.
I can't imagine you're going to try to take the ball away from Malusi or Dane Pitt at the moment. These two veterans, they look keen, they want to bowl. There's a new man at the crease, still finding his feet.
Yeah, Andrew's no mark with the bat. I think this season he has a 50 runs for the Eastern Storm. So Malusi's still creating chances. Every over we've seen now, if it's not Malusi creating a shout, then it's Dane Pitt creating a chance. So the spell after tea, definitely one that the Knights have a tick to their name. The run rate's dropped 2.3. They've lost 2 wickets already, but there's been about 3 or 4 oohs and ahs.
Just looking at that last delivery, big leading edge, just clearing Malusi Saboto and landing in no man's land. Could have so easily gone to hand as well. Just closing the face of the bat too early. But he's still out there. Dane Pitt to continue from Lochlogan's end. This one darts it in, they come through for the quick single. And in taking that single, it will be the new man on strike.
Yeah, very, very tactical, just seeing the fields from Dane and Malusi, allowing Divan just to get the easy ones. They want to be bowling more their stock ball to the new batter. So crowded house around him. You have slip, leg slip, short mid wicket. Only guy on the fence is deep mid wicket. Yeah, we've gone unnoticed here. We've seen Dane just bowl 25 overs almost already. 3 for 57. Good fighting spell here for his team.
Those men around Andrew right now, they are very much in the game.
And Andrew looks to go over the top, cuts mid wicket in half there. Big shot to get off the mark there.
We've been speaking about this innings of Deva Murray and what his role is exactly. And we were saying with Ron Thompson out there that he could breathe a bit deeper, he could build a partnership both with the position they find themselves in here, the end of the 68th over. He has to take a strong leadership role. You can just feel that the tail is kind of getting exposed here, and that the Flexbrand Knights want to bowl at the tail. and I would love to see him dominate majority of the balls faced. There is still a lot of cricket, still 22 overs of cricket scheduled for today, and there's not going to be any weather that's going to be hindering that anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. I think they want to be bowling more to the new batter, because we've seen the shot Andrew played to get off the mark there was a very expensive shot. So I think Malusi and Dane is licking their lips wanting to bowl to the new guy. And there's about 11 overs to the new ball, and I think Malusi will probably bowl 2 more, and then Dane will bowl all the way to the new ball, and then you'll see probably the likes of Tian and Langa with the new ball bowling at the batters that's in at that moment.
Coming back for the 2, good running. So my question is, Aubrey, as someone who's playing professional, in this situation where you know time is the most valuable asset, being out there is, you can argue, almost as important as the runs you're scoring, and seeing through this first day is as critical as it gets for the side. Do you give the order, Dion Murray, as to hog the strike and just ensure that they are there, they protect the wickets and hinder maybe the run scoring, or do you still play the game as is?
I think one thing about cricket that it's taught me over the years that I've played the game, it's about making sure that the scoreboards keep getting add-ons and the numbers keep getting close to the target that you set at the beginning of the day. So I think they're only 6 wickets down, and the ability that Andrew has shown over the season is, I think he's got to play still the way he's been playing, and trust his teammates. The big thing that Devan, as a youngster, he's got to make sure that he's got to trust his partner with him out there.
Not entirely convincing pull shot, but nonetheless they do come through for the single. As it's gathered by young Murray out deep square leg.
Yeah, so the main thing here for Devan is he's got to bat around the likes of Andrew, Albany, Khan, Samalani. So the most important thing for him is he must not look for the expensive shot. He's got to play now that leader role. Even though he's the youngster in the team, he's got to show the capability of leading the team to a competitive score. Yeah, another good over there from Malusi Saboto.
As we get closer to the new ball, it's getting just a bit more interesting. Will they take it? Will they not? Can't imagine them not taking it at this point. They've been saving their seamers for this moment, I imagine. Dame Pitt.
Yeah, there's about 10 overs after this one to the new ball. Easton's find them 162 for 6. Yeah, we've seen him. Must be just going off to get strapping on his toe there as Malusi leaves the field, and Jacques Neyman wanders onto the mid wicket, and that's him there with the ball. Yeah, we're definitely going to see probably the current ball from Dane here to the. Oh, he's going to change of line here to the new batter coming around the wicket here.
Oh, and it's swept hard, and it's going to reach the boundary.
Yeah, Andrew is definitely looking to show a bit more intent than Devon there with massive hike there past the vacant deep square. Only have a deep mid wicket, so if he pulls out the sweep, it's not a bad tactic to have here.
Oh, there's an appeal. Deal from Gian Kluter. Fast hands behind the wickets. We just saw Dame Pete coming again over the wicket.
Yeah, the definitely either Karen ball or a slider there, definitely leaving the right hander. Always a good trade to have. We've seen him bowl in the SA20, those Karen balls, and he does get it to spin.
Andrew not prepared for the delivery. Dame Pete decides he's going to bowl it anyway.
Yeah, interesting tactics there, pulling up. Must have been words around the bat. Yeah, a lot's been said there. Gian shaking his head. He must have felt that he was probably really close to getting that wicket there.
We've entered the past the 70th over, and we are seeing the big man, Tiaan van Vuuren, warming up here from the Willows End, the left arm seamer.
Yeah, you asked for this well there, and this is probably late in the day here, getting the big left-hander coming probably around the wicket to the right-handers. We've seen him getting a bit of shape. As that, we'll have a change in commentary. We'll have Spud back with me. As we've seen the first ball there, Ivan Marais having a lofted drive there.
Remember when I told you 160 for 6 will be interesting?
Yeah, you've been saying all day, add 2 to the wicket column.
Yeah, it was no funny business, no tricks from Lucy Siboto, just very straight.
Yeah, two good catches there from Haasbroek. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Knights are going to get to that 10 overs and how the new ball's going to play, because we know they didn't start well with the new ball this morning, but their tails up. They've had 2 wickets quickly after tea, so it's going to be interesting to see the likes of Boasty and Mangaung and Tiaan with the new ball.
Although he's been a lot better with the older ball around the wicket, I think Van Vuuren has been the one disappointment today thus far for the Knights. Just hasn't quite got it right. You saw the odd one, especially from around the wicket, where he really got it whooping. But it's just been slightly below par. And it's just because he sets a very high par, does Tiaan van Vuuren.
I think normally he'll be that 4 out of 6 delivery where we'll be testing the technique, testing the bowler, the batting. But I just feel even his first and his second spell, he's been like off and off. He'll be off testing, off. Could be, if it was in battle, in would be 4.
I think, should Rasamene lose his wicket next, I think you might see a different Devon Murray. Because Andrew Rasamene is no mug with a bat. He can play. Albany, Khan, Similani might be a slightly different story.
Yeah, we've seen Andrew get 50 this season, so he's no smart with that. We've seen him. It's just, I think we've seen even at schoolboy cricket and at this level, there's a difference in playing spin and slogging spin. So we're going to see how well Andrew plays spin.
Yeah, he might fall short there, or fall short to a new ball that's swinging, or just skidding through. This is a good time for him to be batting.
Yeah, I think for Andrew's sake and Devon's sake, ball 70 overs old. Ball is still moving a little bit, but I just think he wants to find the trust in Andrew and allow him just to play with a bit more freedom, because the type of cricketer Easterns and everybody's well known to Devon is he's got to throw the punch first, and at the moment he's just absorbing.
Yeah, I think it's roundabout now that Jeff Toyana and the assistants and the whole squad, the leadership group, might be asking themselves, have we gone about this correctly? You know, they had that rollicking start, and I know we keep on speaking about the extra day, but when you get your foot on a team's throat early on, surely you try and keep it there. And the Knights have come back well on 2 occasions today, really nicely. 2 wickets after tea, really putting them on top. Another couple here and they'll look to bowl Easterns out to under 200, the Eastern Storm, that is. Oh my word.
Yeah. Just one thing I can say is that been really impressive from Malusi and Dane is that they both leaked early in their spells, and the way that they came back, Malusi bowling 14 overs as Andrew goes big chase there, and it goes over the rope. Yeah, like I told you, playing spin and slogging spin is going to be the challenge here for Rasimene. As you've seen, big slog sweep, and at his advantage, it's gone over the rope.
Yeah, it's a good shot in the end. Always on the slog sweep against the off spinner, hitting it with the turn. Need the right length.
I think it's probably one of the better tactics that he's gonna have to play, because there's only one winner if he's going to survive here. So the best tactic is getting those guys away under his nose, and then he can probably play a bit more with more freedom.
Yes, and he's given Dan Pitt hope as well, because he's sort of trying to play square on the offside against the turn, and that's why that point area is vacant. He's giving him that option as Dan Pitt, because there is turn, and I was sitting next door with the scorers earlier while you guys were in commentary and having the same chat, just saying, you know, the Knights are in a good position here, but they want to capitalize on this because they're batting last, and you know, when your off spinner bowls 27 overs on day 1 and he picks up 3 for, which could have easily been 5 for, you're sitting in that dressing room knowing, yes, we're on top, but we'll have to bat very well in our first innings as well, get a lead in excess of 100 to 150 to really make it count.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the hammer on the nail there. They have picked up those 6 wickets, but one thing that Andrew did when he came out here is look to show proper intent. He's had, I think, out of his 14 runs, has been boundary and a 6 there. So he's definitely looking to put the team more under pressure than Ivan's just hanging around.
And the thing is, with Murray sort of just hanging around, it's not within his character. It's not the way he usually plays, and It's easier said than done, but you don't want batters changing character.
Yeah, I think just looking at the field they set here, so cover and mid wickets hanging quite deep here, so they actually want to give him one. They want to bowl to Rasamani as he tucks that one just behind square for one.
Van Vuuren would love to pick up a wicket. One might lead to 2 or 3 for him, yeah.
Yeah.
He'll be a very difficult customer for the tail to contain. We spoke about Tiaan van Vuuren and his old school, being in Bloemfontein as well, playing a 2-day match against Grey College. Grey College batting first, 290 for the loss of 7. So I wonder what he would have been telling his charges last night, Tiaan van Vuuren.
As Tiaan goes, very Steve Smith look-alike Andrew here, trying to impose. I think Eastern Storm will need an innings of Steve Smith from Andrew Rasamani here.
Ruben Maria, who's in this night's side, fielding at mid-wicket, I think. Yeah. No, that's Seth Fledermaus. Where will Maria be fielding?
Deep square.
That back is a deep backward square. I'll get back to him after this delivery. Oh, he's bowled him. He's cleaned him up, Tiaan van Vuuren. Leg stump out of the ground. Tailing back in at Rasamani, cramping him for room. And he picks up his first.
Yeah, too good. I think that ball would have been too good for the top order. If it's good for the top order, the same ball will be too good for the ladder. And we've seen Timber there. With our wicket, there will be a short break in drinks. Yeah, but we mentioned that well-deserved wicket there from Tiaan.
Now he's toiled and he's toiled hard. It's Rasamani gone for 14. He faced 27 deliveries. Hit that towering 6 of Dane Pitt over mid-wicket. And the players taking a drinks break. It is the Eastern Storm 173 for 7. We're in the 73rd over. 173 for 7 then. As we rejoin play after the drinks break, Yuri Snyman, Chris Brits, Aaron Skem, Devan Murray is still at the crease. All the same story, good starts and not kicking on, and Tiaan van Vieren picking up his first. And I feel a little bit for the Eastern Storm that he can pick up another 2 or 3 here pretty quickly. He's a very, very dangerous man to the tail.
Yeah, he's getting the ball definitely to tail a bit around the wicket. Yeah, I think it's going to be quite tricky for the new man, Jesse Albany. It's not going to be easy facing Tiaan.
That's solidly enough played by Albany. So where does this leave Devan Murray now, Aubrey?
I was just going to ask you, how does he play the next over? Because he knows Dave Pitt's going to spread the field. Everybody's out. They're going to want to be bowling to the new batter. So it's going to be interesting to see the type of cricket shots he's going to play, because we haven't seen the expansion, modern day cricket, the reverse sweep out and how to manipulate the field. So it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to go with only 3 batters left in the tank.
Full and straight, the right idea from Van Vieren. Albany up to the task on this occasion. A day thus far that's ebbed and flowed between the Eastern Storm and the Flexbrand Knights. The Knights well on top currently, 173 for 7. Tommy Aubrey wasn't in commentary, you were in commentary. The LBW shot from Siboto, where he went down and was lying on his back and pleading. Good shot.
Yeah, I must say, from where we saw it, it did look like it was just going a bit down. But from his point of view, I think it hit all 3 stumps. So you could just see by the reaction he gave, it was like...
Oh, well, he's a seaman. He's bowled 18 or 16 overs. You spoke about him earlier on. He was 2 overs and none for 11.
Yeah.
So his next 14 overs, he's conceded 12 runs.
Yeah, Murray still not looking, definitely not trusting. I think he's going to have to find a way to milk the strike here and find a way to get Eastern Storm to maybe just 200, which look more compatible on that first day.
My thing is, and that's my question more to Devan Murray, is happy for you to farm the strike, not happy to do it when you're doing it 1 run and over. So he's got to show more intent in balls 1 to 4, and then look for a single of either ball 5 or 6. And now he takes it off ball 3, so it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Giving Jesse 3 balls to survive, and we've seen the quality that Dane and Malusi has been delivering with Tiaan, that it only takes 1 or 2 balls and end of Shirot.
And please understand, if you're watching this, it's not about being critical on Devan Murray. It's just about being clear in your thinking when you're out there. If you're going not to take a single off the first ball, then surely you don't take a single off the third ball. You take it off either 4, 5 or 6. If that's what you're trying to do. Leave Albany with either 1 or 2 deliveries at most in the over, and you're at the other end.
Yeah, I think he's just got to find that what tempo he wants to go and how he wants to go. But I must say, I've seen a couple of scorecards where Jesse has not been as smart with that. He's got like 30s and he's taken Devan, I think, to his first class 100. So I'm surely between the 2 of them, they'll have a bit more trust and know how they're going to go about playing this.
The end of another good Dan Pitt over. He's 28 overs, 3 for 69. 174 for 7. It's his turn to be on the back. In about an hour and 45 minutes from now, I'll be in the swimming pool, relaxing.
I think we're just doing my calculation. There's about 16 overs left in the day. So it should take us just about an hour, just over an hour and 10. So it might be earlier than what you're thinking.
That's the other thing people have to remember about the final being 5 days. It's now 90 overs a day. Where in the first class system, when it's 4 days, they try and get in 104 overs, if I'm correct, Aubrey.
Yeah.
So it is slightly less overs, and it's been helped along by Dane Pitt bowling 28 overs on day one. So the over rate's been fair. And 1 for 41 is Tiaan van Vuuren. As I said, I just like him here to pick up 2 or 3. I just think if he breaks this partnership, or the Knights breaks this partnership, I don't know how much Khan and Similani will offer in the Van Vuuren onslaught.
Yeah, I think the last two of the Eastern Storm batters are definitely, they do have the capability of batting, but they're definitely going to play more shots than what Divan's been playing. We've seen Aman Khan in the 2020s coming up quite high there, and playing against, I didn't play the game, but I've seen Similani getting 50 against the Rhinos in a 4-day game. So he's I still think, knowing Divan, that he has the capability of changing gears here, but he's also got to know that the guys coming after this do still have the ability of batting.
I think you're right, Aubrey. I think that's what's going through his mind. I think he's got a lot more faith in numbers 10 and 11 than the two of us, and he better have, because he's a 21-year-old. He better have faith in his senior players coming at the back end of the innings, otherwise they'll sort him out there in the changing room.
Yeah, 100%. I think just he's faced nearly 100 balls and only had 26 on the score. So he's got to find a way to get, I feel, the Eastern Storm closer to the 200 mark, which is about 24 runs away. So just idling and surviving here. We've seen what Survive has done, and they found themselves at 176 by just playing survival cricket.
Langa in from fine leg, run out opportunity. That's good running. This is a big field.
He's seen the opportunity for 2 and he's hopped on that one. Good running. I don't think Langa came quickly off the fence there.
No, you sort of realised halfway, listen, they're going to challenge me, and he went from a jog into a Olympic 100-metre first 40. Yeah, changed his mind too late. Now he comes a good 30 metres, 35 metres in off that rope.
Tiaan goes short again.
So that's just that's poor communication. If you're a coach and you're sitting upstairs and you're JP Trichard, that wasn't great communication there between bowler, wicketkeeper, captain, and fine leg, because fine leg came 35 metres in and then the bumper was bowled.
Yeah.
Top edge there, and Tiaan van Vuuren is kicking down all 3 stumps this side.
But just not great cricket awareness from Langa. I think if he quickly off the mark there, gives Tiaan 4 balls at Jesse, and that would have been what he wanted. 4 balls, because he's still creating enough to play misses to the in-batter that's faced 100 balls already.
Yeah, no, and isn't it amazing, this game of ours? You don't have to, as a bowling side, you don't have to change anything right now. Yet sometimes they change stuff. You know, they bowl differently at Maree than they bowl at Rasamene or at Albany. And what's good enough for the top order most certainly is good enough for the bottom order or the lower order.
Yeah, we've seen here 1 ball left here. Does Divan look to play the big shot?
That's well bowled. It's well bowled. Just before that delivery, I was having a look at deep backward square, and I would have almost expected sweeper and deep backward square maybe to come inside the ring, just to make sure you make it as difficult as possible for Maree to get that single. Although, as you mentioned, he obviously trusts James Albany.
Yeah, I definitely think he's definitely, but just that he didn't even look to get down the wicket, just stuck it into the vacant square leg for 1. So he definitely does trust Albany more than what we're thinking from up here. So I think the 2 of them has communicated. We've seen them speak for long now between the overs here, so there's definitely more trust between the 2 of them.
Selimadov joins the party.
Definitely with the ball being a bit more older, the ball isn't zipping that much off the wicket as Dane got earlier. He's bowled already like nearly 30 overs, ball 75 overs old.
Dane Pitt. He's got his eyes on a 5 for here. He needs another 2. He's bowling it very quickly at Albany. Maybe an idea just to slow it down ever so slightly. Get something up above his eye level.
Yeah, I think 100%. I think what gave him his first 3 wicket was the pacey ball, where he set the ball up, and now he's just looking to bowl the guy out, where he should still have the same, get the dip, get the ball to spin, light up his eyes as they mentioned, and he has the guys around the back there that create the chances.
How good is the hands of Ruan Haasbroek? Took a blinder in the slip cordon, took a fantastic catch. He had a leg slip, and now he's right up there in the batter's face as well.
Yeah. I think viewers probably don't know how good the catch at leg slip is. Governor having a big drive, no view of the ball at all, and grabbing it just before it bounced.
Yeah, he's a fine cricketer, is Ruan Haasbroek. He can keep wicket if you need him to. He can bowl off spin if you need him to. He scores quickly, solid technique. We spoke about university cricket earlier. He's another man that plied his trade in university cricket for many a year for the Northwest University under tutelage of Conrad de Swart.
Yeah, I remember playing against RC so back in the days when I had Northern Cape. Used to go for pre-season to Potch, and I could have seen then already that he was a good cricketer. Eventually moved to first to Limpopo and then to Northern Cape. Did really well in Northern Cape, and I think it's a good find for the Flexbrand Knights to the likes of RC, Cole Abrams did really well in the 2020s for them.
He did. He's another fine young player. I know Haasbroek enjoys working hard as well. Him and Ruben Maria has been spending a lot of time together, hitting balls, really working at their craft.
As Jess plays the pull shot.
Oh, that's a long old chase for Langa.
Yeah.
That's a big field. The pockets that's created depending on field placements. I mean, the area that Langa had to cover there was probably 60 meters.
I think that would be an easier 60-meter chase there for Langa. Yeah, the field still spread every time for Devon Maria. The field still spread.
Yeah, they expect him. They expect him to launch at a stage.
I remember when he just came out and he could drive for that one straight to deep point. When he just came out, when they just lost the wicket of Sikakuna and he stepped up. And the first 3 overs he showed great intent, and just after the drop catch, and that's when he went back into his shell, and we haven't seen a shot out of anger since the drop.
He was 9 out of 9 from 9 deliveries with 2 boundaries. He's now 29 from 101. No, he's 30, beg your pardon, from 102. Scored 3 boundaries. Chance, just short.
Good effort there from Malusi. Late in the day, yeah. Still diving forward. Never easy for the fast bowlers getting that low.
Van Vieren searching. Might have one more over in him after this one in this spell. Langa is due another trundle. He's only bowled 10 overs.
Both only bowled 7 overs.
Van Vieren's bowled 15, or just about 14.5. Siboto's bowled 16, although he's so economical in his run-up, in his action and everything he does. He can probably go 25 overs a day, even at his age. He's supremely fit as well. But the economy of movement in that bowling action and run-up comes with experience for Malusi Siboto.
Yeah, he's played. I think this could be his easiest 20th or 21st first class season. So he's done the trade. He's mastered it, and I think just coming back to Bloem and doing what he's doing at the moment, I think he's teaching the young boys as well, and it's paying off, finding himself in the final.
Just getting back to a point earlier about Tiaan van Vieren and his old school, Grey High School, touring in Bloemfontein, playing their brother school, Grey College. It was in one of those 2-day fixtures between the two schools that Ruben Maria really announced himself on the scene, making a 160 odd or 170 odd for Grey College. And today it was the chance of his younger brother, Jean Maria, who's a grade 11 learner, making 123 not up. It's fairly safe to say Grey High does not like the surname Maria too much at this stage. Beautifully played by Marais.
Yeah.
Devan Marais. So 184. Albany keeping Marais company. 200, that's the first target. Short leg, Selimadov, slip. Short but wicket coming in. That was a bit slower.
Yeah. Bit slower, bit straighter. I still feel when Dane's really dangerous is that ball just on off stump, spinning good loop in the air, and it dips just before the right hander. But as we mentioned, his change of angle there. I think he's looking for the ball just to straighten here.
See Albany gesturing to his batting partner. He's on 3 is Albany, Mario on 31. It's not a great delivery.
Yeah. Definitely does look tired there, Dane. Only bowled 30 overs.
Yeah, that's not much. Only double as much as the guys bowled the second most. As a fellow member of the Spin Club, can you remember the most overs you've ever bowled in a day of first class cricket?
Yeah, I think, just to my knowledge, I think the game Matthew Kleinfeld got 199 in Boland. Second innings, I bowled 53 overs.
That's a fair amount of overs. Fingers all right after it?
I think like the physios, you get used to it.
You ever do something there on the bowling hand? Did you ever use some spirits or something to just harden it a little bit in season?
Normally it's important you have the medical aid bag in your cricket bag. Just get some glue, just so the skin heals quickly. It's vital that spinners carry those small stuff. Put your fingers in proper healing things, because once you bowl more than like today, Dane's bowled 30 overs. I'm sure his fingers will be raw, and blisters comes, and you gotta get back on the park and bowl tomorrow again. So taking care of your fingers as a finger spinner is vital.
Ah, that's a word of advice to young left-arm orthodox bowlers, or off-spin bowlers as the right-handers are called. or the right armers rather. And here comes Mr. Sitembile Langa. So there's no extra over for Van Vuren. His 15 overs cost him 50. He's picked up 1.
Yeah, I think after that 60-meter dash, Dane decided he's now warm and ready to go.
What I like about both Langa and even Siboto, if he does come back for another little bowl to the tail enders, is they bowl very straight. They attack the stumps, and it'll be a sort of a matter of time before Albany does a hit out at 1. If he misses, chances are Langa Siboto is going to hit.
Yeah, I think with the new ball being 11 balls away, it's going to be interesting to see how Divan's going to then play because he's found trust in him. He's given him the one early in the Nova, but it's going to be a different ball game once the new ball's on.
What a battle it was earlier. And you guys were in commentary, you and John Armour. From the two experienced players, Siboto and Thompson. It was a great watch. Siboto gave him absolutely nothing. And in the end, it was Arsbrook taking a fine catch when Thompson tried to push down the ground.
Yeah, that was a good matchup. I think Manusi was in it for the long. I think, and Albany cut that one. Save your legs. So it was the one thing we said on comms was that we knew that Malusi wasn't going to give in, and myself and John decided we were going to see who's going to give the ball off first between Dane and Malusi, and we just saw there Malusi created that great chance there. But I must say it was really a good catch, seeing from Arsbrook diving to his left. But the one thing that I mentioned there was always energy on Malusi.
Yeah.
Any energy behind the ball, and he tested Grant Thompson technique every ball.
There you go. Back to where he needs to be. The previous one, too short, too wide.
Yeah, this partnership just finding a but impetus to their innings now, as they need 11 runs to get to that mark that they're looking for, 200, just to have a bit runs behind their back and something to bowl at when they come out and bowl in the Knights' first innings.
2 slips. Point, cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg. Go short. And then it's something you pick up pretty quickly. Albany looks to be a bit of a compulsive puller and hooker because that was nowhere near the heading zone. He sort of went for a cross between a smash and a forehand in tennis. Maybe something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we definitely seen Jesse's not pulling out from the short ball. They're holding 2 bumpers and 2 of them he played at. One he got 3 runs. This one just missing out there. But deep square wonders back.
It's nicely bowled. He didn't need to play at that at Albany. Now he calls for a fresh set of gloves, does he? He's in it for the long haul here.
Yeah. Always a frustrating thing once bowlers ask for gloves as a captain.
He's probably borrowing a pair of gloves from a teammate. They're running out with somebody else's. What's he doing with 2 pairs of gloves?
Nowadays, bowlers get more kits than the batters.
Nah, he's better than that anyway. Albany deserves to have a few pairs. I wonder what... I'm trying to see the brand of gloves there. I see a Grey Nichols bat, but I don't see Grey Nichols pads, to be honest. Maybe he's in between bat sponsors, is Mr. Albany. So if anybody's watching, there's a possible client or a possible sponsored player. forced off the back foot, straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Dion looks to reverse with Dane Pitt there with a vacant point. He goes down the ground for one. Yeah, I think three balls left to the new ball. Will be interesting to see if the Flexbrand Knights takes the new ball with 7 wickets down.
This one floated up by Dane Pitt. Straight to mid-off, and that's the end of his over. He's bowled 31 overs in this innings. Eastern Storm 190 for 7. And that is 80 overs finished. And Lunga is to continue from the Willow's End. I haven't seen that they take the new ball. I think the skipper still wants a crack at it.
Yeah, definitely not looking to take the new ball. Yeah, interesting tactic. Yeah.
Quick single taken. Exactly what the Flexbrand Knights wanted. Jovan Mareo off strike. He's been there for 108 deliveries. Albany himself, he's been there for 28 deliveries. Still 10 more overs to go. 59 deliveries.
Yeah, definitely. Langa late in the day looking to strike here for the Flexbrand Knights. I think if they get a wicket now, the new ball's definitely coming on.
Albany doing a very good job at the moment. Protecting his wicket, trying to see out the day's play. Well defended again. As I'm joining commentary with Sput.
It's a slightly frustrating period of play, if anything, here for the Knights. They've been in the field for 80 overs. So the new ball is due. Well, they take it. It's been a very hot day in Bloem. Who will they give it to? Shot. Albany hits out at Langa. Too short. Not enough bounce. Jesse James Albany helps himself to a boundary. A little rally here by Albany and Murray. You are the captain, John. Would you take the new ball right now?
Most definitely. I would take it. And what I liked seeing earlier in today's play was the bounce that Ross Boast got. And I would give the youngster an over or two and say, see what you can do.
Well defended this time by Albany. He's moved on to 12. He's been there for 32 deliveries. Murray's on 33.
And I still think Dion van Vuren has a point to prove, and he would not say no if you had to give him a new ball right now.
It's about the timing of. See, he's limbering up there. That's solid. That's solid. End of the 81st over. It's 195 for 7. Kalanga, 12 overs, 1 for 28. It is Tian van Vuren who's going to come back into the attack. He's a change of ends for him. Or is it Ross Boast? It looks like Boasty. He's only bowled the 7 overs.
Now get that new ball in his hands.
You pleading for it? It's not the new ball. It's not the new ball. It's going to have the old
skipper.
ball. Dan Pitt talking to his young charger, Ross Boast.
Field scattered here for Devon Murray, trying to get him off strike again.
A little stifled appeal from behind.
I imagine that's, but after having batted 108 overs, you get that little tickle down leg.
That is the one where you run away.
Coming to the end of today's play, Split, what do you make of it? Do you think who's ahead? Oh, playing outside the line.
Oh, Marais. Number 77, that's a number we've seen a lot of. He's been there forever. Came in at number 5 to Devon Marais. Sort of caught between a rock and a hard place in a sense.
There's been times in his innings where you're not sure of what his role was, or should he advance, should he not, but at the end of the day he's done really well to still be out there. He's faced the deliveries, he's taken a lot of pressure off his team, he's brought them to the end of the day's play.
One out to cover.
He's getting into his groove. He's taking the single on the 4th delivery. And he'll be thinking if he can survive today, live to fight another day. Tomorrow's a new day, but between him, there still stands almost 8 overs left of cricket still to be played. Eastern Storm 196 for 7. Albany having to face Ross Boast here. delivery, good defense.
Four runs away from that magical 200. Albany on strike. Rhythmical approach from Bose. Cuts and cuts well. Will it be the boundary that takes them to the 200? It most certainly will. 200 up for the Eastern Storm. Comes in the 82nd over of the first day. 7 wickets down. And a rearguard action. It's taken them 82 overs, 338 minutes, 495 deliveries, with 19 boundaries and a solitary 6 from Rasamene. Albany on 16, Murray on 34, and he's contributed 11 to the partnership of 27. It was 173 for 7, remember?
It's longer to continue here from the Willow's End. Field against scattered for Devon Murray.
Keeping those two slips though, first and sort of third slip. Haasbroek runs in with some advice and a little tap on the backside. Good guy to have in your team, always brings energy, does Rowan Haasbroek. Longer into Murray. I think that was an attempted leg cutter by Longer.
And they're running hard and they'll get back for 2 comfortably.
Big dive from Albany.
Running diagonal lines there for a moment.
Didn't listen in class when they said the shortest way to point B is in a straight line. Missed that lesson. Another single. Still be hurting the Knights here. Partnership moves on to 30. They would have had ideas of having their feet up by now.
It's been a very valuable partnership here for the Eastern Storm. Albany has kept his end 16 of 35, valuable runs. And with the field that they are setting for Devon Murray, he's just been able to score a bit more freely, get a bit more confidence.
I don't think we must underestimate the hand that Jesse James Albany has played here. He's given Maria that confidence to just play normally. Doesn't have to hit out in anger. Because Albany's been doing more than just his fair share.
Putting back your coaching hat here, Spit, what would your call been at the 80th over?
It's difficult, and I'll tell you why. It's difficult for coaches as well. Because you have this idea in your mind as a coach as well, and I mean, I've had it as well, that when numbers 9, 10 and 11 stride to the crease, that it's just going to happen automatically. Sometimes you get lulled into a false sense of security at 173 for 7 as a bowling side. Because remember, these guys have been in the field since this morning at 10. with a couple of breaks. We've spoken about how hot it's been in Bloemfontein. They've trained this week, so the energy levels right now will not be high. And one wonders what the next sort of idea is in the mind of Dane Pitt, John, and the coach will perhaps be communicating in some sort of way, or perhaps he'll just leave it up to the very experienced Dane Pitt. But it's not going to happen by itself. So what's the plan? What's the idea? Yes, we said what's good for the top order is good for the lower order. So stick to what's been working. I think there was 2 spells today that really showed what can be done. There was the 5 overs that Sitembile Langa bowled and really attacked the stumps. 5 overs went for 5, picked up a wicket. And that prolonged spell from Siboto, where he was also bowling very straight to Grant Thompson and Devan Murray, hardly went for anything. Perhaps that's the plan here, or a plan. But Ross Boast is a different kind of bowler. He hits the deck, he hits it hard. So if that's going to be his ploy. You see fine leg is back. He's a man
Deep square.
back at deep square as well. So he's perhaps going to try and run in and really hit the deck here. After this, there will be 6 overs left for the day. But yeah, to answer your question, sometimes it's really difficult and you feel like you can't make a plan because you expect it to happen automatically. Just stick to your processes, stick to what's been working all day. If anything, later on in the day, yeah, I might try the odd change of pace as a bowler, maybe get a short cover in, maybe get a catching mid-wicket in. Maybe just a bit of variable bounce through the shot too early.
You've given a very diplomatic answers, but
I have because it's such a difficult question, John, and it's not that I'm trying to run away. It's like it's saying that I've seen a few loose balls to James Albany where they've gone short, and it looked like he had the measure of that. I think Bose went short early on in the over. I don't mind Ross Bose going short because he's as a heavy ball. It's a heavy bumper. Might splice Albany here, but that's where it has to be. Ball in, ball out.
the point I'm trying to make with that comment is, a coach goes through this every over, every situation. It's changing. It's constantly changing. And you're asking yourself these questions over and over. If you're on the field as a skipper, what is the right, what is the wrong? And they get moments where you feel you're getting it all right, the pressure's building, you're getting into a rhythm, and then the next moment it feels like it's falling away again.
It's another good shot by Albany.
So that's the beauty of the game.
The thing is, the only way skippers learn how to handle these situations is by being in them. And Dan Pitt would have been in them a lot, where you start to get the rub of the green after a longish day, and all of a sudden you've got them 173 for 7, and then that sort of rear guard happens, and now it's about keeping the energy levels up for 6 overs, because this is where a game can drift, and it can drift away from you. Because you've still got, after this, 36 deliveries to bowl. And if the Knights don't pick up another wicket in those 36 balls, and Albany scores a couple of boundaries, Murray catches in on a couple of boundaries, all of a sudden they can be 235, 240 for 7 at the end of the day. And then you go back and say, oh, word, it's all back to even Stevens. Because coming out fresh tomorrow, they might sneak in another 30 or 40 runs, then all of a sudden you're looking at 270, 280, and the Knights won't like that because they're batting last. tell you what though, John, with an 84 overs old ball, there's not much on this wicket. It's flat. It's really, really flat for Ross Buzz now as he's running it. He was bending his back in that over. He was bowling with energy, and Albany was just prodding forward. So it's a tough one for the seamers now with the ball this old after a long day.
And raises my question again, having that relief spinner option maybe?
I made a brave statement earlier this morning when I said I thought in this final session, Freedom House will pick up some wickets. Can't pick up wickets if you don't bowl.
Yeah.
But in saying that, remember it was the seamers and Dan Pitt that brought them to 7 down, a wicket apiece for all 4 of the seamers, and 3 for Dan Pitt. Just think the pace that Seth Freedom well as well, having played with him at the same club. I think the pace he bowls at would entice somebody like Albany into trying the big shot, and Freedom House does turn it a bit. So much better than just a part-timer. He's picked up good wickets for the Knights when he's been their go-to man in the absence of Dan Pitt.
Yeah.
I think he's worth the bowl. There's a long way across there, Albany.
So I'm always also of that opinion, it's the end of the day's play. Your seamer is not at his best. He's given it all. They've already bowled 15 overs apiece at least. And as a seamer, well, I'm not a seamer, but I mean, you're frustrated when you can't bowl at your best, when you can't give it your everything, and you've got an old ball in hand. And I think when you've got a player like Seth Lidemas in the side that is a competent bowler, as he has established himself, I think having that relief really does help. And we just throw in a joker card in a sense, so change the pace and see what happens.
Running hard again, he'll pick up 2 comfortably, might even pick up 3 if he really wants it. He doesn't.
As you said, that last over from Ross Post, he's coming in, he's giving everything he can, but it's a very frustrating place for a seamer when he knows he can't do anything with the ball. There's nothing really on offer for him, and the players in the middle, the field set in a way he's just scoring freely off your bowling. So scores
211.
Yeah.
Danger signs here for the Knights. It's good. It's good by Murray. He's still got a lot of energy. He's been out there for a long, long time. He's faced 120 balls.
As I said, I just feel in a slight way the Flexbrand Knights have just got it slightly wrong here in the conclusion of today's play. That's being very critical of me, but I know they wouldn't have wanted to be in this position knowing where they were. 173 for 7. Would not have wanted this stand to be this long.
I'll tell you who else they're missing is Joe van Dijk. Talking about changing the pace, he changes it by shifting the gears upwards. He's one of the quicker bowlers in South Africa. Yes, he might have dropped half a yard or so this season searching for perfect length to operate at, but he's a man that bowls with good energy whenever he bowls. Been a great man to have take the new ball here at the end of a day's play. Shot. Reed as well to keep his ground. I'm not sure whether Longer got a touch on that. It's the end of the 85th. 5 overs remain in the day's play. It's 212 for the loss of 7. Enjoying the shade, as they should. Watching some cricket. Will it be Ross Bose to continue? Does look like it as it takes off the brim.
Just have the umpire taking to the field.
Is that perhaps the new ball on its way? Indeed. Ruan Hospital receives it, passes back the old one. Looks like it might be Ross Bose who gets a go with that new ball.
All good things come to those who wait.
No, it's Tiaan van Vuren, and rightfully so. He looked to atone for a rather indifferent spell this morning with a new ball, Will van Vuren. So very, very big 5 overs lying ahead. The new ball flies off the bat as well. So if you get it wrong as the Knights here, you might concede 25 or 30 runs here in the last 5. If you get it right, you might pick up a wicket or 2.
Last 5 overs of the first day in this final of the 4-day series in South Africa. Oh, and you can see immediately the difference that the new ball does make. A bit more bounce, a bit more life.
Bit of shape there as well. Back to the right-hander. Two slips, cover, mid-off, man sweeping, square on the offside, mid-wicket on the edge of the circle, mid-on and mid-off, and then the 2 men out at fine leg and deep square. Off the pad of Murray is going to take the leg by. Signal from umpire Shazy. Saturday tomorrow, so if you're in and around Bloemfontein and have nothing planned, pop in to the Mangaung Oval. It is a final. The Knights already with 1 trophy this season, having won the CSA T20. Van Vuren will fancy his chances to Albany. Solidly played. Fleeta Masters the fielding at cover. Absolutely no chance of him getting a ball now that the new ball has been taken.
Indeed.
Solid. He's faced almost 50 deliveries, Albany, and to be fair, doesn't look like going up.
He's come in and he's valued his wicket. He's done what Eastern Storm required of him. He's been there with Diovan Mare. Mare now 42 from 123 deliveries. These two have already spent a bit of time out there. Partnership 39 runs from 75 deliveries.
For delivery. Finish the over from Van Vieren, who will take the new ball with him. That B. Subato has bowled 16 overs already. Will Dane Pitt fancy his chances with a hard ball? That's going to be Malusi Subato. Metronomical. Energizer Bunny stuff just keeps going and going.
He has been so impressive after his first couple of overs that were costly. He's come back and he's been what we've known him for during the course of his career. Economical, on the money, nothing fancy. True testament, an example of a 4-day player.
No thrills, no fuss, just good car hire under Malusi Subato. Unassuming character. Great skills in the white ball game as well. Plenty of variation, different slower balls. Cutting rate of 1.4, and that was after his first 2 overs went for 11. Widespread field, and Murray more than happy to take the single off the first delivery. Now you'll see that field really coming in. Pick at middle will come a bit closer, cover, and point, mid-wicket, mid-on, everybody inching their way closer to the bat. This is an opportunity for Albany to attack.
Big bouncer, and it's signalled wide.
And the tired body of Malusi Subato will be quite disappointed having to bowl that one again. Subato to Albany. Solid in defence. And he'll be happy to do that. He knows 3.4 overs remain in the day. Flexbrand Knights in search of their second title of the season. He's tired. Malusi Subato, he is tired, and you can understand that. He's into his 17th over. Van Vieren's bowled 16 as well. Langa 14. Post 9. And Dane Pitt, 31 overs, 3 for 72, the Knights captain. Has a go, clears the fielders, and another boundary to Jesse James Albany. Partnership 38.
And you spoke about, you can take the new ball and it can work either in your favour and take the wickets, or it's going to cost you runs. At the moment it's the latter. This is a crucial partnership here for the Eastern Storm, a vital partnership.
Partnership is more. It's more. It's more than 40. Oh, but lucky. That's 46, the partnership. It was 173 for 7. Yeah, the partnership, if you have a look at the scoreboard, is 46. Exactly half of that scored by Albany. Pat Botha, Ruan Hospital, Gian Kluter behind the stumps. 3 of the night's top order. Realizing now that they're going to have to bat a lot longer than anticipated to try and get a lead in this match. No guarantees yet where the Eastern Storm will finish.
So 3 overs to go, 18 deliveries. New ball was taken 2 overs ago. At the moment, you could see just in that last over, Malusi Saboto, who's been terrific today, just a bit of fatigue that was showing. Boundary scored a beautiful pull shot by Albany, and it will be Tian Verferen to continue from the Loch Logan end. Score 219 for 7.
Nice, some energy from Tian van Vuren. And also from the crowd.
Now the crowd definitely getting involved here at the end of the day's play. This one worked down to fine leg on the pads. Easiest of singles. Albany looking in good touch. Steven Murray is back on strike.
Yeah, there's frustration now for the home side, Flexbrand Knights officially. I see a lot of teapots, hands on hips on the field. Shoulders sagging ever so slightly. This has got the ingredients of a career-defining knock. They enjoying their time in the shade and becoming more and more boisterous as the afternoon's going on. Fanta grape might not be the drink of choice currently. Dropped on 12 was Murray.
Oof, don't say that in the dugout.
Was not a difficult chance. Well played and good running.
Ooh.
Dan Pitt connects there with Dion Murray. Does apologise, or tries to. Umpire Shazy, I'm sure, just asking him whether there was really a run out on. Umpire Shazy is a big man. When he talks, you listen. Straight to mid-wicket. Khale. He'll be opening the batting for the Knights.
Can't help but feel if these two do manage to see out the day, that the Eastern Storm would be rather happy with how the day has gone in comparison to where they could have been. It's still very evenly poised. First day of 5, a lot of cricket still to play.
It is evenly poised, and it's a day that really ebbed and flowed. If they walked off right now, double Nelson for 7. I think you'll say it's honours even, and you'll say that because the Eastern Storm got off to a fantastic start.
Yeah.
And then the Knights pulled it back, and then the Knights were fully in control at 173 for 7, and now the Eastern Storm is coming back. So, with talking about momentum, if they don't lose another game, it will be the Storm taking in the momentum to day 2, not necessarily the ascendancy yet. Another 15 to 20 runs without losing a wicket, and you might start thinking that. You might start calling it ascendancy, especially with the view that the Knights will have to bat last. But I'm not there yet. Just pings off the bat this new ball.
And the partnership does reach 50. It's coming off 95 deliveries. It has truly been an incredible partnership here for the Eastern Storm. As we just said, at a time when the momentum did feel with the Flexbrand Knights, they've come in and they've slowly taken charge out there again in the middle.
Albany is taking guard on a round off stump. Really covering those stumps, making sure he gets in behind the ball. Been very impressed with the way he's handled this situation. Dan Pitt there in picture, skipper of the Knights. Can Siboto deliver one more moment of magic? He's done it so many times in his career. 344 first-class wickets, including the one earlier today. He's drawing Albany into defending outside that off stump, which is dangerous. Three balls and then one more over, so 9 balls remaining in the day. Siboto to Albany. Oh, there you see it. It's dangerous, Mr. Albany. Don't flirt with it outside the off stump. Let it go. You've got 8 balls, and it's the end of the day. But this is what Siboto does so well. He's at you and at you and at you the whole time. So you don't even think about leaving it.
Truly showing his class here at the end of the day's play. He would love to get another wicket here with 2 deliveries remaining in this over.
Defends it to cover. 1 delivery left in Siboto's 18th over. It will be his last over of the day, rather. It's about 10 minutes past 5, so we should be done at about 17 minutes past the hour of 5 with day 1. Pulls well, finds the gap. My word, that's a good shot from Albany. Brilliant fielding. Out there on the boundary. Has he done himself a naughty there? It's the young Ruben Maria. He's got energy left at 19. Dejan van Vuren says, well done, Mr. Wicketkeeper.
Great bit of cricket here on the final delivery of that over. Fantastic shot to start off with, and some really good fielding out in the deep. And we come into the final over of the day. Sput.
50. 1 run partnership at this stage. Did they only run one? If they final delivery?
I did see the batsmen both on the same end at the for a
Yeah,
moment.
one of them thought it was going to be a boundary, so well done, Ruben Maria. Remember that if this game turns very, very close on the final day or whenever it finishes. Albany's on 25. Faces up to Van Vieren, who's around the wicket with a new ball. First slip and a third slip. There's a bit of a gap between the two. You don't want the ball flying in between them. Drives. Captain Pitt does the fielding. Defender to cover. Maria 46, Albany 25. Is this going to be a career-defining innings for Devan Marais? Is he going to come out tomorrow and take this game by the scruff of the neck and put the Eastern Storm in a commanding position? Or will the Knights come out firing tomorrow morning? I'd love my number 9 to be as solid as Albany's looked in this last hour of play.
He's been impressive. Mightily impressive, yeah. Just having a look at Patrick Botha there at first slip. Just thinking he's had a very quiet day.
He's been in the slips for 90 overs. Hasn't done a lot of running, except for changing events. A bumper. You can hear the supporters there under the big scoreboard. 2 deliveries remain. Devan Marais, he'll be happy not to face any more. Come back tomorrow, see if he can stamp his authority on this match. Solid. Solid. One more for Jesse Albany, or James Albany, or Jesse James Albany, however you would like to call him to negotiate.
A long, hard fought 90 overs here in the first day of this final here at the Mangaung Oval. It's been hot. It's been a well contested fight between these two sides. It's not been, you cannot say at any point that one team was well ahead. And that will conclude today's play. It's been well fought. Eastern Storm came out of the gates and they swung hard. Yuri Snyman and Alan Skem made a good work in the beginning of this innings, but the Flexbrand Knights fought back hard. And with the leadership of Dame Pitt with the ball, Malusi Suboto, the whole pack actually working really well together. They've restricted the run rates, they've taken hard fought wickets. But here at the end, we've seen an incredible partnership brewing. Devan Marais, who's been there for 128 deliveries, with Jesse James Albany. They've got a partnership over 50, and it's got this match evenly poised at the conclusion of day one. Eastern Storm 224 for the loss of 7.